All right. Good morning, everyone. I get the pleasure of kicking us all off this morning. So I'm Meredith Jordan. I um, lead our diverse learners team here at the department. I'm the executive director. So Dr. Shanavir we're just honored to have her on our team and leading this work. And we work very closely with Mel in federal programs and making all of these things happen. We're really excited. I know it's the end of the school year and it's exciting and celebratory. And then I know y'all are already planning for what's happening next year, which is, I mean, it's bittersweet, right? It's like, wait, can we get a minute to breathe? Um, but I'm really excited moving into the next year. A lot of the supports that Dr. Shinavir and we're going to be offering, continuing to offer you all to support your leadership in these efforts, and then also supports for our educators who are supporting these students. This is really, really important to us. We're very excited. I think Dr. Shinavir is going to share with you all and get some feedback on how we want to re-release, re-communicate the importance of our strategy to support these students and to improve outcomes. And so I know she's going to sort of share with you guys sort of a first glance today. And then myself, Dr. Wells, Dr. Chasson, and Dr. Brumley are going to take on even a bigger role as well in helping to communicate the importance of the work that you all do and the importance of improving outcomes for our students, because I know that we all have really high expectations. We all want to see these children succeed. We want to see those outcomes move forward in our state and be able to share and be a model state for this. I will say we are not a state that is, I think we've shown that is scared to move fast, to make changes, to support the field in the way that you want us and need us to support you. And I want you all to feel that and to know that this work is important to us, and that I hope that you're going to feel that support from us, and you're going to feel that messaging coming from us as a state. And so I'm really appreciative of all of the work that you do for your leadership. I know that it is not easy. We say this about supporting students with disabilities as well. This is some of the most challenging work that you do in our schools and in our school systems. It's important. We see you, we believe in you. And I think that you all probably have a lot of celebratory moments that you are proud of this year. And I think I just want to challenge you in moving forward and keeping that momentum and going into next year with a clear strategy and a clear plan for where your students, where your educators need the most support around these children. And we're here for you. And we're going to be here for you through next year and beyond. So I'm really excited for the day that y'all have planned of learning. I know it's your last of this year, but certainly looking forward to continuing these supports for next year as well. So we appreciate you. I hope you have an amazing day. I know you will. And I will turn it back over to Dr. Shinvir.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Meredith. Good morning, everyone. You made it to the last L Institute. I'm so excited to see you guys. I know we're in a different location today, so you have an abundance of space to move around. There are plugs in case you need it on the side of the wall. Again, the restroom, if you leave right out of this door for our ladies and gentlemen, is on the left. And then if you need or if you stay for lunch, the cafe is directly across from security. You can't miss it. So welcome. In your packet, if you weren't able to sign in this morning, if you came in to grab a seat, make sure you sign in before you leave. But if you haven't received a packet of handouts, please do so. This will be emailed to you. It's already in a draft form to go out as soon as we finish today, in case you like extra copies. But there's our agenda today. We have a second document, the Wild Plant case study. We will use that for this first session, so go ahead and grab that. And if you need an extra pen, there are a couple outside. with me because I probably emailed you a bunch of times, but if not, good morning, I'm Alexandra Shinnebear. I support English learners on the Division of Park Learners, and my colleague.
I am Melanie Mayu, and I am in the Federal Support and Grantee Relations Division of the Department of Ed, and I am a supervisor, and I oversee Title III, Title I, all of the titles, and I am the state director for migrant education. So again, welcome this morning. I know traffic was a challenge. I know parking is a challenge, but you made it through. So welcome.
Thank you, Mel. Before we get started, I just have my other colleagues here from the Division of Park Learners, some in the front and a couple in the back, so you guys can wave for the audience so that they can see. Awesome. Thank you guys for coming. We'll go ahead and get started with Loud Plan updates. So as you know, this past year, you were not required to turn in a Loud Plan preference review submission. So today, we're going to talk about some of the shifts and changes that are taking place in the Loud Plan, and we're going to engage in a little activity just to get you ready and to get planning for the next school year.
This happened last time I was in this room. This happened the last time we were in this room. My goal today is going to be to not trip on this. Technical difficulties, always. Good morning. It was working fine earlier. It says, okay, now we've started. Now we're going to stop. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we're going to go through very quickly the requirements of why a Loud Plan, and also of looking beyond like the actual statutory requirements, but what this document can actually do for your English learners, and for your, your school improvement, your school-wide planning. But the legal requirement is from the EEOC Act and the Civil Rights of 1954. And what the Loud Plan's intention is to provide a system-wide plan for English learner services. And I want to stress system-wide. It's certainly look at the school level of what are we doing on a school level, but also on a district level of what is our plan to serve our English learners. And I would take it one step further and to say, and how do this plan talk to and inform our other plans of our school-wide plan and our school improvement plan, especially if you have CIR schools that are identified because of the L performance. So it's not just some document that you complete and it goes on a shelf. It is a living document that helps inform your services and helps inform how are we doing on those services? Are our English learners meeting the goals that we have set for them? And if not, what do we need to do differently? And also, how does it fit into our entire school improvement and school performance and district improvement? It ensures that English learners have access to the curriculum, instruction, and resources just like their English-speaking peers or native, our English-speaking peers. So we have made some changes. We know that the other Loud Plan, was long, and it was anyway that it needed. We heard from you that we needed to make some changes. We established a workforce that helped us to look at the Loud Plan, all from districts. We had large districts, we had some small districts, and we have also reached out to charter schools to say, okay, what is it that needs to happen to make this a more an easier document to work with and to complete. So and we structured it, and we are going to put it into EGMS. which will make the submission much easier for you and for us, and it will make our review much easier. The anticipated release is August. And what you will be looking at today is the structure that will go into EGMS. And those of you that are familiar with EGMS, it will be it will have its own, it will not be part of the super app. It will be its own separate LAO plan. But it will look very much the same, where it will have like tabs on the top and sub tabs. And we are still in the process of kind of sketching that out. And once we get it sketched out, we will let you know, we will tell you this is what it's going to look like. But what you're going to see today and work with today is the actual plan that is going into EGMS. So we really recommend that you look at it and that you start looking at, like, you can start planning with it. You don't have to wait until it's released in August to actually start your plan. So this is the then and now. So the previous LAO plan had reflection-based surveys, open-ended responses, light programming checks, and minimal checks for collaboration. Whereas the updated one, we have it structured, it's a structured federal and state aligned plan with the priorities of the department and specific numerical goals and required fields. It has detailed service model and staffing accountability and explicit collaboration and data use and structures. And as you will see, you can go up, John, now. Let me finish this here. So the overall focus, the highlights are goal setting, where you will set, monitor, and report on student trajectory progress. So what are your goals? And every goal should be measurable. Right. So if your goal is for, whatever percentage of your L's to move however many points on the ELPT, or, if you have a graduation goal, but it should be a specific goal that you can then go back and measure to say, did we meet the goal? Because if you have a goal that's broad, that L's are going to learn to speak English, well, that's great. That's the goal. That is our goal. But we need to break it down there. That is not measurable. A program evaluation, that you review the effectiveness with year-long data and not just the LPT data, not just assessment data. How are your L's doing in their classes, right? Are they participating in gifted and talented? Are they participating in all of the programs that are available to their English-speaking peers? Is there, are they being, just to look at a broad look at your discipline numbers for your English learners. Are they being, does it appear as if they're being disciplined, not in proportion to other students? So you want to look at a broad, you want feedback from your stakeholders, including your L parents, your L families, and to say, okay, so it's a very broad evaluation with very specific data. Individualized plan for L's, and Ali is going to talk, we're going to go into all of this in much more detail. And across all staffing groups, not just L personnel. Anyone that has ever heard me speak, you knew at some point I was going to start saying content teachers, right? If we are just trying to serve our L's in the 30 minutes that they're with another teacher and not the other 7 hours of the day, we are not going to make progress, and we are not going to give them meaningful access to the curriculum. So your content teachers must have the skills and the support in order to add language to their lesson plan. And again, remember, and there are several studies that show if we do that, guess what happens? The entire class improves. Right? Our English learners are not the only ones in our classroom that are struggling with academic language. So if we learn those scaffolding techniques, if we learn those differentiated instruction, we will see not only an improvement in our L's, but also with the other students. and formalized team structures for else. So school level focus, you want to track student movement towards English proficiency. And again, certainly ELPT scores are a major part of that. And as you know, their performance, you know, on the state assessments, but also how are they doing in their classrooms? You know, what are their, you know, their performance with academic content, and create and update the ILAPS. Is that individual learning plans? Okay, consistently, we love acronyms in education. Provided documentation training for all teachers supporting L. So you can't just say, yeah, we're cool. We're doing some stuff. It has to be documented. And there is a lot of online resources now that there is a lot, you know, it's growing. And I know that we are offering and we have offered, and again, we will get more into that. And that you monitor your exit students with written procedures. How are you monitoring the students at exit to make sure that they're going to be okay, right? To make sure that you know that they are demonstrating the level of proficiency in their academic performance that is reflected in their scores. And we know that there is sometimes a great disparity between the ELPT scores and the LEAP scores. Sometimes we see a kid that's, you know, going mastery, and yet they're emerging in ELPT, and you're thinking, you know, I just don't think that kid is taking this ELPT thing seriously. So, you know, so look at that, but also to make sure that that student is doing okay, and there is no reason or concern to say, you know what, maybe we need to evaluate them again for their language proficiency. And to hold regular parent meetings. This is a requirement under Title I. And my whole session this afternoon is, or whenever it is bridging the gap between Title I and Title III. Title I is now the driver. It is not Title III. It is Title I. So our Title I staff must be engaged and involved in the planning of services, the delivery of services. And again, because there's a lot of reasons. Most of Title III was moved into Title I, first of all, and Title III, it's just much smaller, right? It's just a tiny compared to Title I. So hold regular meetings and document those meetings. And with L parents, you can't just have a meeting and say, well, we invited them. And we know that there are challenges to meeting with English learner parents at this particular moment in time. Yes, ma'am. Sure. Yep. 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 Aha. Okay. 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 And for those online, I'm sure you did not hear the question. She's asking about, could we find a way in our monitoring system to take into account those students that are not performing well on the ELPT, even though all indications are that there may be a level of proficiency because they don't want to lose their accommodations. And that is very real. And we need to have some internal discussions, and also on the monitoring, if we could have a more formal way to capture the students that are being monitored, because you're right, we certainly have the data of who they are. So I will talk to my monitoring team and we will discuss those, and Dr. Chenevert and I and Merritt, we can have that conversation, because your points are well taken. Because we want to be sure we're looking at what's real. Okay, so district level, you have to have a plan model being used, and I'm going to say here, and again, we will go over this afternoon. Always be mindful of the requirements under civil rights and EEOC that with or without, if you don't get one dime of federal money, you must have a program model to make sure your English learners have accessibility to the content. And it cannot be just separate, and to say, okay, well, one of my favorite responses to this was, well, we're just talking to them in English. I want you to think about tomorrow, you're going to win a trip to Russia. Okay. And you're going to go to Russia and they're all speaking Russian. And at some point, are you going to learn it? Well, I mean, they're talking Russian to you, right? So no, that's not it. But still, and we have, like, and Allie has presented, and our diverse learner team is doing amazing work in programs and supporting the districts but just remember that has to be on the top, and everything else supplements that program. So confirm all staff roles related to L support in the district. And again, if you have an EL staff, which is amazing, they must be communicating regularly with Title I. They no longer can be separate. Map out professional learning sessions already provided, and then fill the gaps. Say, what don't we have? And again, obviously talk to your teachers and your school level staff to say, what further do you need? And we ask our content teachers, what else do you need to be able to provide equal access? Build and update systems for parent notification and engagement. Especially, I'm going to emphasize engagement, right? And notification. Again, there are civil rights and EEOC requirements that any document that we are providing to English-speaking parents must be provided to non-English speaking parents in a language that they understand. Now, we understand that there are challenges in translating. So let's say if you're in a parish that 85% of your students are Spanish speaking, then you need to have the documents translated into Spanish. So you need to accommodate your majority language, but then still have a mechanism to make sure that other parents have accessible. Some people use language line, and I see that more and more in budgets, that so a parent can call and say, okay, I speak Arabic, and the document, then there is a translation of the document. So it doesn't have to be a physical translation, though it does need to be for your majority, but some mechanisms, and we'll talk more about the interpreters training, or you have someone on staff that can read it to the parent to make sure that they understand. And to ensure proper screening, monitoring, and exit protocols or documents. And I think we do a pretty good job of this, right? Especially since we've gone to the ELPS screener. Yes, go ahead. That's a tough, you mean for us to translate your documents? That came from us? Yes, no, absolutely. Send me a list of those. Yes, the answer is yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. The answer is yes. We have the same requirement, right? We're really looking at our translations, and anyway, I won't bore you with the details, but it involves RFPs and contracts. So, but still, we do have the mechanism to translate. So if there are documents, and we are improving our communication in the building to say, if you are providing any document that is parent facing, it must be translated at least into Spanish. So yes. And if you know of some specific documents, please let me know, because your burden should just be your local, your policies and your your local parent facing document. You should not be being asked to translate a state document. Of course. The what system? Oh, sir. I'm glad Meredith's here. Meredith, can you speak to sir? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And I know the handbook has also been translated. So maybe all we need to do is to see if there's been any changes and to find those, because I know we had to, and I think into like 6 or 7 languages. So we went way beyond Spanish. But is there something else? Parents' rights as we speak. Okay, great. So for those online, we're talking about the documents in STIR being translated, and we have certainly translated the IEP, and the parents' right to know is being translated as we speak. And again, we know that we're looking internally because we realize that system, the the flow of translations has not been as smooth as we would like it to be. So we're looking at that, and we're meeting with it. Matter of fact, we meet again next week. So hopefully by the beginning of next school year, we'll have everything that you need. Yes, ma'am. Do we? It is my understanding that we do. Yes. If I'm not mistaken, it's Spanish, Vietnamese, Arabic, Urdu, Chinese, French, something else. So, but yes, but let me see where those are and if they're still correct, and to see, because they were on the website. And I know we've got a new website, so maybe somehow or another they didn't make the bridge, but I'm going to check into that for you. Yes. Okay, good. Great questions. Okay, turning it over to Dr. Chenevert.
Thank you so much. So just to repeat for our colleagues online, she said collaboration and professional development were areas of opportunity for this district. And I'm so glad that you mentioned that because in our third session today, we're going to hear from some of our L colleagues in Ascension Parish, and they are going to highlight how we collaborate in their district so that we can see how this can be incorporated that you may have in your district. So that's good. That, and I will try to make sure that we have one for our low, medium, and high incident, so you know exactly what it should look like. So thank you for that question. That was a great question, and we will definitely provide that to you.
Nope.
Any other questions? We're all good with the loud plan.
A staffing thing, can you be a little more specific?
So for our colleagues online, she was asking about staffing ratio. We do not have anything currently in policy concerning the number of students to maybe one L certified staff member, but we will gladly take it back to our internal team and discuss it.
But remember, the law requires that is sufficient staff. right? And one EL person in a district, that ain't it, right? So even though we do not have specific, this is what you required, you know what is sufficient to be like to make this available, to have support for the content teachers, to have the support, and to look more broadly at the other systems in place that support teachers. And look at your PLCs, look at your master teachers, right? Or whatever, they're called at this point, to say, okay, if we make sure they are trained, that they have what is needed to provide support. So there are ways, it's not just an ESL teacher. It is or like I said, or how do you increase that to, like I said, who is support? Who are your instructional supervisors, your curriculum supervisors? They all need to be well versed in English learners. And then they can then provide. So look beyond just, that it's never going to be enough ESL teachers. And it should not rest on them. Again, they can provide support to the instructional coaches, to the other, like be provide as coaches, but look much more broadly to say, how are we supporting our teachers now? How are we providing, PD to our teachers now, to support in the classrooms now? And how do we add an EL component to all of those structures? Exactly. Can you, that she's asking about if we can have a place to house plans. You mean Lao plans, or you mean need like individual learning plans? Oof, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
Was next Friday. The question was if we would be able to provide a platform for newcomers to have a curriculum. That's a great question.
And I'm trying to visualize what you're asking for. So I'm not sure about like having all of the individual plans in a platform, but to just say, so someplace where you could go to say, okay, we have newcomers. I mean, are you talking about like a PD, or are you talking, what she's talking? Oh, I see. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay. Yep. Udell's and that. I know that was part of. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up, which leads me to our professional development guide and our curriculum guide. We are updating that, but right now we do have the summer curriculums that are listed. But to her point, we do review all of the LDOE high quality materials. I review them for English learners. So there is a document that shows what supports are available for English learners in the curriculum. So if you go to the high quality instructional materials guide that is provided through the academic content team, it notes exactly, and for students with disabilities, what supports are provided for students with disabilities as well as ILS. And that is something that comes directly from the LDOE. So that is available too. So you can see based on the curriculum that you use, if it is approved from Louisiana, what supports are available, and it'll know if there's newcomers, if there's all of the different things, if there's something to support those with disabilities. All of that is outlined in the high quality instructional material document from the academic.
Okay, great. So now we do a break, right? Yes. Tim, no.
Right before the last next step.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
I didn't even see that. I'm telling you, this thing is determined to trick me today. Okay, so what are your next steps, right? We'll look at your current LAO plan and use the updated template to identify the gaps and align with the new requirements in the new LAO plan. And to meet with key staff, EL coordinators, instructional leaders, federal program directors to discuss takeaways from today's session. And we cannot stress enough the need for collaboration among your curriculum department should already know to be looking for EL supports, right? Your instructional staff, you know, and some days I have to look back to say how far we've come that we now have ALI and EL institutes, right? When I first started it, anyway, I don't even want to go back there, but there is still some remnants in our districts that ELs are those kids. Somehow or another, they're separate. Somehow or another, they're Miss Garcia's kids. And we have come a long, long way, but we still have a way to go. That these kids are discussed on every level, curriculum, instruction, special ed, every level, that these children are our children. And they are everyone's responsibility to make sure that we are giving them access. And when you think about it, they're the easiest kids we serve because it's clear what they need. They need to increase English, right? Now, I know that's very boiling it down, and I know it's more complicated than that, but it's really not. So again, and I love that we're doing this and that we're here and we're talking together, but one of our main roles is to be advocates for our English learners, and they're not someone else's kids, they're our kids. That's all I'm going to say. Okay, document professional learning. Map out your EL professional learning completed and plan upcoming for all staff groups. We're going to just keep saying that to you. Go, please stop saying that. We got clarify program models. What is your district model? We take away all federal money. That is a wrong thing to say these days, but let's, what is the program that is still there? That's your core program. Standards-based English instructions. That's what obviously that's what we are supporting. Anyway, so look at what you're doing. Okay, and then this is my contact and Dr. Chinaver's contact. And now I think we take a break, right? We're running a few minutes late, but not really, just 5 minutes. That's pretty good. So let's go back at what time? Let me look here. 11. So can you do a 10-minute break? 11, 5 after, and then we will talk about instructional strategies. And then we will break for lunch. So,
okay. So we're gonna take a 10-minute break. All right, we are going to come back together. I know I can tell based on the number in here right now that a lot of our colleagues are probably still walking back in, but because we have a limited amount of time and a very lengthy slide deck, I do want to go ahead and transition us to the next slide. And I may have to move, but we're going to try to make it work from here. So this is session 2. Welcome back, instructional outcomes and forward strategy for the 2025-2026 school year. Perfect. So today we are going to cover 4 different objectives. We will review a high level end of the year actions for L programming and preparing for the ELPT data release. I have definitely received the question when. I do not have a definite date, but we are hopeful that you will receive them by at least the middle of June. For any questions regarding the ELPT and dates, I would refer you to the accountability team here at the department. So she provided a date. I would ask that you confirm that with your district test coordinator. Our second objective is that you would reflect on our statewide progress and instructional practices for Ls. We are also going to strategize for the next school year using a new tiered support model. And we are also going to explore upcoming professional learning opportunities and some important dates for next school year. So just to take a look at our data, from last school year, the 2023-2024 school year, we rose. So the last time we presented the L data, we had about 35,000. So now we have a little bit more, or almost half, 42,473 Ls, 2,800 middle school long-term Ls, 3,740 high school long-term Ls. So our goal is to decrease this number. And I'm very hopeful that we are going to do this because I know that you guys are working very, very hard in your school systems. So for the spring ELPT data, we had 35,560 Ls that were tested, 30% emerging, 61% progressing, and 10% proficient for our ELPT Connect. Over 170 tested, 27% emerging, 44% progressing, and 29% proficient. So in making progress toward proficiency, 45% improved at least one proficiency level. So we do want to celebrate that. That is great, but we want to see progress and we want to reach our ESSA goal of 63% proficiency for the entire state of Louisiana. We know that in looking at the data that we looked at our very first L Institute and the L Institute now, which is a comparison from year to year, we still see the bulk of our L's staying in the progressing category. So we may identify them as emerging and then they sort of stay in P1, P2, P3, and they're not transitioning out. So we are going to work very hard in making sure that you have everything that you need so that your districts are able to flourish and your Ls are able to improve and move from progressing 1, 2, and 3 to proficient. So looking at some end of the year high level items, when the scores become available, absolutely, I know you're going to review them because you've been asking me for weeks, when are they going to be released? So soon and very soon, if you have, like she said, she received a date as the accountability person, I would just confer with your district test coordinator if you have questions regarding the dates, or you're free to email assessment@la.gov or to me, and I can forward it to them. Whenever you do receive that data, please provide parents or guardians with a copy of their EOPT score and the parent notification form. All of these forms are available on our website. If you have difficulty locating them, please email me and I will gladly send you the link where you can find all of the main languages that we translate to. Please put a copy of the student's EOPT score report in their CUME folder or however you file their information, as well as a copy of the parent notification letter. We know that particularly English learners may move around a lot, so it's very beneficial if you can just keep a hold of this information in their data folder, however you use it in your school system.
When the time becomes available, please exit your English learners according to the state's accountability deadline. If you have questions about that deadline, I would ask that you email assessment@la.gov or to email me, and I will connect us with the accountability team so that our Ls, if they do exit and they start the next school year and we do not exit them in time, that they are continuing the program or that we are reassessing students that should be exited. So when you get your data, please make a list of the Ls that are proficient so that you can transition them in the time allotment that is provided by accountability. Along with those exited Ls, please place them on a monitoring list for next school year so that you know, and also so that the school can be identified. If you have an elementary student that's in 5th grade that exits and then they go to 6th grade, those teachers do not have any idea that that student was just an L unless they go through the student's CUME folder because you've already filed this information. That's important that they know because the child may struggle and we don't want them to attempt to re-identify the student when they are an exited L if they are having some difficulty transitioning. Yes. So her question was if she has an L that is K3 that exits the program, is she allowed to continue to give them accommodations? The answer is no. Once an English learner exits from the L status, they are not eligible to receive accommodations. However, if the teacher can provide some supports in the classroom, then that is very much okay. But as far as accountability accommodations, no, we are not able to continue to do that. If they've exited the program, then there's an understanding that they should be able to perform without the accommodations. Now, if the student struggles beyond then and you have to reassess the student, then that's a different conversation, but that requires tracking and monitoring. I understand. So we want to be very careful with that because that conversation ultimately leads to the student being identified to receive other accommodations such as a disability and so on and so forth, and that would misidentify them for that. So we want to just hold off on that and allow the student time to progress, which is why we do have the 2-year monitoring in place. So if the student is absolutely not making any progress, then we need to reassess and come back to the drawing board to see if that student needs some more supports or we need to reassess in terms of the screener. Yes, no problem. And then for the last bullet, you all received the Loud Plan today. So you have a couple of months to work on that, figure out exactly what you want programming to look like for your district, along with the other instructional leadership in your district. So please use that guide to gear where you're going for 2025, 2026. Planning to review ELPT results. So I know some of us that are in the room have been L directors for years, but we do have a couple of new colleagues. So we just want to reintroduce some things that should happen when you do receive your ELPT scores. So we want to use the scores to identify the trends in student growth across all language domains. So of course, we want to look at your emerging, your progressing, and your exit or nearing exited students when you do exit them, but we want to look at the language domains, listening, speaking, reading, and writing specifically. Determine the number of students that are eligible to exit L status, which is what we just spoke about, and compare grade bands and sites to target support. So we want to look at, of course, elementary, middle, and high, but this means that we need to look specifically at our sites. So if we're in a larger school system and we have 30 elementary schools, then this means that we have to look at those 30 elementary schools to see where the trends are for listening, speaking, reading, and writing, because perhaps A couple of those elementary schools are excelling in listening and speaking, but the others are excelling in reading and writing. And we can compare notes to see what instructional practices are working or need to be refined. And of course, that's a top-down approach. So you would review that data and then so on and so forth, being communicated from you all the way down to the principal. And of course, as important, to the teachers, because they are doing the instructional practices in the classroom. Prioritizing support for Ls who showed no growth. So this is important, and I know it is especially important because accountability is changing next year. So this bullet is probably going to be the most important out of this one because you will need to identify who's not making progress to determine why. Now, I do want to sit on this, even though I just mentioned it. If they're not making progress, we still have to follow the protocols when it comes to identifying students. So because this may heightened your conversations on identifying students, we want to make sure that we're following the same protocol for identifying potential students with disabilities as we would any other student. So if they're not making progress, we want to first start off with language supports and instructional practices before we start moving students from tier to tier. If you have not done so in the past, it is very important. Of course, I know we have district goals, but every site that has English learners should have some type of goal in place for their Ls. One, so that the teachers know what the goals are. Two, so that you're able to communicate what progress can happen and will happen over the course of the school year. And using the EOPT results to inform your professional learning and instructional support. So if your students, let's say your high school students, are blowing the writing portion out of the water at a particular location, this is a great opportunity for you to go to that site and to see what's going on in those ELA classes. Because if it's working for one site, it can particularly support the other. And maybe that teacher can share what's working for his or her Ls. Focusing on domain level trends. So as I stated before, of course, we want to look at overall percentage growth for the students, emerging, progressing, and proficient, but we really want to look at those domain scores because we know if we keep circling back to the accountability conversation, because I know it is so important going into the new accountability system, if the students are not making progress in those domains, their trajectory is not going to move. And so even though I'm speaking in terms of numbers, we want to speak to the child. We want them to make progress in those areas because if they do it, they'll be able to apply those same skills in their content classes. And I know we had a conversation earlier about the disparity between their EOPT results and their LEAP results. We want the progress to mirror, which is why we have to focus on listening, speaking, reading, and writing, because it is all connected in standards-based English instruction. So we have to review those trends and see where the students are performing well and where there's opportunities for growth. Looking at your middle and high school, I know I was speaking with some of our colleagues earlier about the differences between elementary, middle, and high, and what our programs look like in elementary, middle, and high school. And I know it can vary, especially elementary is on one end and then middle and high school is on another, especially because they have maybe 8 teachers on one side, and then elementary, they may have 2 to 3, and you can do a little bit different programming for them. So we really want to focus on how they are receiving supports, how teachers are receiving professional development, especially in middle and high school, because I know it looks different than it does in elementary. Using domain trends to tailor summer interventions and coaching focuses. So I'm not going to talk too much today on the summer because Melanie is going to speak about summer. But if you do have programs, and I know I have a couple of slides about summer support, but if you do have a program for the summer, this would be a great opportunity if you have enough time to go through that data to see where you can support those students during the summer. And of course, the last bullet mirrors everything. We're focusing on all 4 language domains: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. So if you look at your historical data for, let's say, student X, and the past couple of years, student X has progressed in writing, but in reading, they're not moving on the trajectory. That means that year coming up, the focus needs to be on reading. So we have to identify the areas of support so that the classroom teacher can support that student in that language domain. So even though we're looking at a high level from our L coordinator director lens, it has to make its way down to the teacher who is supporting that particular domain. So this means from a programmatic standpoint, how are we communicating the data to the teacher, to the principal, to the instructional coach? If you are an L coach in here, how are you using that data to facilitate the supports that you're giving? Using proficiency level descriptors. So it may be beneficial to use proficiency level descriptors as a team to show what students are already doing, what they can do, and where you hope for them to go. And if you've ever looked at the Louisiana Connectors document, it literally shows you exactly where they can go based on the language proficiency level that they're at and the expectations going forward. So if you haven't referenced that, I would love to talk to you about it after today. Send me an email, but that document can ground your conversation in where the L's can go moving forward. Support teachers using task and scaffolds for the proficiency levels. So we talk about proficiency trajectory all the time together in this room and in Thomas Jefferson together. But if it doesn't make its way down to the teacher who is expected to provide these supports, then there's a missing piece of the puzzle. We know that if an English learner is a P1 and the next year they're a P1 and the next year they're a P1, they're not making progress. But if the teachers, and let's say they have 8 teachers, if the classroom teachers don't understand what a P1 is, and I see Emily shaking her head, we're going to talk about teacher leader in the back, but she has a great session for teacher leader about this very same thing. So if it's not making its way down to the teacher who can support listening, speaking, reading, and writing, then there will continue to be a P1, a P1, a P1. So that means we have to talk about professional development in your high level areas and in your instructional ILT meetings on how we can build professional development so that teachers can receive that or when it is going to happen. And I'm happy to meet with you to do so. Yes, ma'am. Yes. So her question was, do we have a document that shows what the different levels are? Absolutely. And it is the Louisiana Connectors for L's. We also have a document from the assessment team that shows all of that. If you send me an email, I will send you everything you need to know. The document for Louisiana Connectors is K-12. It's amazing. I talk about it all the time. And those next slides, I kind of just next bullet points I already spoke about, but explaining to a teacher what progressing looks like. If I'm speaking to you, you have L background knowledge, and I'm saying P1, P2, P3 because you know exactly what I'm talking about. But your first year teacher who's teaching science, they may not know what P1, P2, P3 is. And if you hand them a document that says, here's your L student, last year they were emerging, this year they have to move from emerging to P1. They take a test in February. Here's the teacher sheet. Here you go. They have no idea what that means. So we have to build our structure around not only communicating their levels, but communicating what it means in our instructional areas, in our content areas. So we have to get a little bit deeper than what we've been doing before. I know we've been doing a wonderful job at beginning the conversation with teachers. Hey, you have 60 L's in your grade level. These are their levels. This is where they need to go. And then we kind of stop there. And then we say, hey, they're taking the test in a month. They're going to be out of your classroom for a couple of weeks. There are some missing pieces of the puzzle that we have to build. And I'm excited to do that with you. So please knock on my door, call me, email me, and I'm happy to build that structure with you if you don't already have it in place. Interpreting domain level results. So I made this chart just to kind of help gear the conversation on where we're going. So for the teachers that may have no understanding, this type of document or this type of chart can help them understand if you give them a form that says, here are all your L's and these are their levels. this is what you can do. This is just an example. If you have your domains on the left, listening, speaking, reading, and writing, and the look fors, what they may struggle with because we know all L's are not the same, but this is what they may struggle with under your look fors. And on the right, what can be done in the classroom. Now, we have a document that outlines this already for ELA, math, science, social studies, writing, and there's a virtual component, but this may be a little bit simpler for your teacher that has 200 students that's in high school that doesn't have the time to read through that document. So keep this in mind if you are giving them something to support. And I'm happy to build this out with you, or maybe even make one for everyone so that we can have. So someone asked earlier about growth targets. I can't remember who asked, but we're going to talk a little bit about system-wide growth targets and what that may look like. So using those performance level descriptors to get here. So we have to know our data. I know when we looked at the Cypress Parish school, we saw that their data was a little off because they probably missed this step and they didn't go back in and see their actual numbers. We can look at it like this. Notice this says system wide. So if we have one system wide, we also should have one site wide so that you know. I know we have a couple of L teachers that are in the room. It's important for you to know what the data is at your site that you are supporting. Or if you're a coach and you have 10 schools, it's important, yes, so that you can know district data, but the teachers that you're supporting to know the site data. So this is just an example of some growth targets. Now, these are not anything from accountability. Do not email this to accountability and ask if this is what your growth target is. That's not what this is. The point is to show you that on the left side, we have some past year's data. To the current year and to the spring year, we want to see progressing 1, 2, and 3 increase and decrease. We want the students to move from P1 to P2 to P3 and then to exit status. So if you're looking at this, this is just to give you an idea. This is a fictitious number, it's not real, but we want to see the numbers move from emerging to progressing to exiting, all back to our instructional practices. So some sample system growth targets. So we want to decrease emerging, increase progressing, and increase proficient. So if we're thinking from top down, we're moving the number over. So as an example, to reduce the percentage of students in the emerging category from 30% to 25% by the end of the current year and to 20% by spring 2026, which means that we have to know our previous year's data in order to make this goal. So I see some heads kind of trying to figure this out. The number of emerging students should decrease because they should be moving into the progressing category. Now there's 3 levels of progressing 1, 2, and 3. So it's very odd the way that I'm explaining it, I know, but we want to see a decrease to increase to decrease from P1, P2, P3, because you want them to move, and then you want the exiting number to increase. So that's why I gave you this example from all 3 levels so that you can see exactly what I mean by the numbers moving from increase to decrease to increase to decrease. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So she's asking, well, what if we get an influx of emerging students? So this is just an example on writing the goal. So your site may look different, and that's great. And I love that you mentioned that. So what if your numbers change and depending on the numbers from previous year to year? Absolutely. You're going to modify that for whatever that looks like in your district. This is just an example on how you can write them. Yes. That question, I would have to defer to accountability. I know when they're released, I know how you can pull them, but in terms of doing site and district and particular school, I think that depends on the access that you have. If you're a site-based access or if you have district test coordinator access. Mhm. I think that is I think that's a great question for accountability. I cannot speak to what you're able to pull, but I would ask you to email assessment@la.gov for them to give you specifics on what will be accessible whenever access is granted to everyone. Yeah. And that just reminded me we have a couple of more slides to go. So I'm going to bring us very quickly through this so that you can have your full lunch. So summer engagement. These are some high level ideas for you to consider going forward for summer programming. Again, Melanie has an entire slide deck where she's going to talk about things that you can use for your funding and then providing support for the summer. So these are just some high level things for you. If you have summer programming, to allow the teachers to incorporate daily language development aligned to their EOPT domains. Now, you may or may not have the scores in time. Again, there is a date that I've heard, but if you do receive them in time and you are super and you can analyze all the data that quickly, then by all means. But if not, I will refer to the previous year's data or their target trajectory, which you do have. Using multilingual resources and the use of visual scaffolds in all content areas. A lot of times in my experience, summer programs, they're robust, but the same teachers that provide the summer programming are not necessarily the same teachers that provide that language support during the school year, unless you have a dedicated ESL summer program. So articulating to those teachers what standards-based English instruction looks like, even in the summer perspective. Supporting L's grade level instruction. Grade level. Grade level. We have grade level. Providing translated materials and family orientation sessions. So registration happens a lot for our L's over the summer. I know I was the person in my last school system supporting all of and even in the previous one, I would help with registering students over the summer. If you can put together a welcome packet. I know registration is different at different schools and different parishes, and it may look different, but communicating some basics in a language that they can understand will greatly assist your L families. Where they can pick up uniforms. The first day of school. When they receive their bus information, it is generally in English. And on the first day of school, you or the teacher or whoever is providing that interpretation support is calling home because you are able to communicate with the parent to try to let them know where to pick up the student or where the bus comes. This is something that you can plan for ahead of time to support parents. And the first day of school will go so much smoother if we have the translation supports provided to the parents ahead of time. I see a lot of head shaking. I know you've had to make a couple of those calls. And a lot of the times, a lot of our 9-month employees, they're no longer there over the summer. So if for your schools, you can find a designated person to support L's, it'll probably make your secretary who's there 12 months go a lot of smooth. or if there's someone that's not available, just giving them the resources so that they can. If the secretary is the only person at the school because they're 12 months and an L parent comes and there's no one that maybe operates at the main office, if they can have one of those handhelds, translating devices, something that you can plan for so that your secretary or whoever is working, the clerk, is not left alone and the parents are not receiving the information that they need for the beginning of school. Or we know students transfer and drop and all of these things over the summer. So making sure that whoever is at the school has the resources to properly communicate with the parent and vice versa. So school systems without summer support or without a summer programming. These are just some things that you can do. Providing printed domain-based practice packets for the students for listening, speaking, reading, and writing aligned to the ELPT proficiency level descriptors. Sending home instructionally focused family prompts tied to language standards. So I've associated the Louisiana standards here, but you can translate these standards into the language of the parent and they can even practice it in their home language. We do celebrate our students' L1s, their first language. If they're practicing something, it will help move the needle. So let's keep that in mind. And again, this is the same thing for systems without summer programming. Identify a check-in staff member that can be available during the break if we have any family questions or concerns. Teacher Leader Summit session tracks. I am so excited to talk about this. So in your packet, it's the third thing that was in your packet. If you are with us virtually on the live stream, I sent this to everyone already. This is probably one of my favorite things to talk about today is Teacher Leader Summit. Thanks. So in front of you, and you are welcome to share this with every single teacher in your district that is going to Teacher Leader Summit, your instructional leaders, everything. So what we've done is place together a document of suggested sessions for the content teachers. If you are a coach, or if you're like one of the individuals in the room, an L director or coordinator. So you no longer have to worry or wonder, what sessions should I go to? Are there even L sessions? I don't know where to go next. We've got to hear for you. I'm so excited about this. So you are welcome to share this with everyone in your district that is going to Teacher Leader Summit, even if they're not L, because we have standards-based English instruction, they may want to see this. Now, you'll notice that a couple of the sessions are the same from start to back because there's just one me, but I have at least the sessions run twice. So if you're a content teacher or an L teacher, I've placed them on the document so that you are not necessarily in the same room as the director, so the conversation may be a little bit different. So please share this document. I'm so excited about it. Oh, and to highlight a couple of the sessions. So we have for everyone in the room and anyone, of course, the sessions are not invitation only. Anyone can go to any session. So if you don't follow that track, it's absolutely okay, but that's just to assist you. But to highlight a couple of sessions that are taking place, we do have a panel of L leaders and directors from a couple from the room. So I'm so excited for that. Leading the way, building effective leadership practices for English learners. It is a panel. We have a set conversation that's going to happen about improving outcomes from 4Ls from the leadership perspective. So if you're able to join that session, it's on the very first day. It's only being offered once. Please join in on that. And it's on the suggested session track. The second one that I want to highlight is Beyond Proficiency, supporting students who have exited English learner status. I think we had a conversation earlier. What do we do about Ls that exit? This session will help you. The third, Bridging the Gap, promoting academic success for newcomers, whoever was asking about newcomers, and long-term English learners. So again, this is linked in the slide deck that will be sent to everyone. You have a copy of it. Please share it with anyone in your system. And I'm just going to carry us forward because we have less than 10 minutes and a whole lot to talk about. So as a reminder, for all 4 sessions, we have been talking about standards-based English instruction. So we're all on the same page. That remains the focus strategy for us. Next year, we're going to transition into a little bit more progress monitoring, but we really want to make sure that everyone fully understands what standards-based English instruction is and what it looks like. That will not change for us. So the priorities for 25-26. One, we spoke about the LAO plan this morning. We are all on the same page with the LAO plan. If you have any questions about the LAO plan, even if you take it back to your school system and you start working it with your team, please email Melanie and I. We are happy to help. Professional learning. Someone stopped me outside and asked about the Canopy courses, or if can we please put PD on Canopy? Is coming. I'm so excited, and I have a slide just for that, so I won't go too deep into it. But I did send. We are continuing L Institutes. All the dates are already there, and you will have access to sign up for them as soon as the slide deck is sent to you. Now, we are having something called the L Teacher Symposium on September 22nd. I sent out an interest survey to every single person on my contact list. And the only way that you will be able to register this is if you completed the interest survey. Now, we only have about 30 spots left. So if you do have that archived, I would follow the instructions in that email. Because spacing will be limited, you have to complete the interest survey in order to receive the registration. So I imagine after today, I'm going to receive an influx of registrations for that. It will automatically cut off at 200 because there's only 200 seats in here. So if we have an overwhelming amount of people that would like to participate, we will try to bring it back for the spring. Data-driven supports. So we are also going to work on providing some tools to help you monitor growth, set data goals, and adjust your instruction in terms of data. Kind of the conversation that we've been having about the 4 language domains, we want to continue to have it. And then we also want to give you some support for family engagement, creating a family engagement toolkit for multiple levels. For you as the leader, a principal, a clerk helping at the front office who's never had any background training in ELS, we want to provide those supports for you all. So supporting ELS with standards-based English instruction. I have these slides, which we kind of have been talking about, but I just want to focus on the system leaders, how you can support or how other system leaders in your district can support standards-based English instruction. Embedding EL considerations into your curriculum reviews and walkthrough protocols. If we're using the LER rubric, this is a conversation that we can have about ELs. Communicating that language support is a part of core instruction, not separate, because ELs are in our general education classrooms. Providing guidance on using the connectors in planning and coaching. So if you haven't used the Louisiana connectors before, I'm so excited to talk to you about that. Send me an email. Integrating language and content through content-based language instruction. So I'll focus specifically on the system leader support, prioritizing professional development. So this is a great time to get with your team and to decide what professional development is important for your school system once the ELPT data comes out, so that you know how to professionally develop your system going forward. Ensuring that there's collaborative planning times for ELs and content area educators. So if you have EL specific staff at sites and you also have content leaders or your content teachers, there should be some type of conversation between the two, because the responsibility does not just fall on your ESL staff, and including EL progress and instructional reviews and school support meetings. So if your district has district data meetings, and I know a lot of times we may talk about subgroup data, this is a great opportunity to make sure that you're monitoring the progress of your ELs in the benchmarks that you all give, to bring it back to your principals so that they know, and your teachers so that they know how ELs are progressing. Making content accessible with sheltered instruction. And again, I'm going to send all of this to you so you will have access to this. Ensuring training for teachers on strategies like visuals, modeling, demonstrations, and hands-on activities. Embedding EL conversations into instructional frameworks, observation tools, and support systems for teachers. So if a principal goes in to do an observation and they have no idea what instruction should look like for ELs, this is a conversation that you should have, or to continue to build out some look-fors. And that will also be in the new handbook that's coming out. So whoop, whoop. Encouraging school leaders to look for evidence of accessible instruction that connects students' background knowledge and experiences, and supporting flexible grouping. So I kind of went through all of that so I can get to this slide. We are moving towards specific support for you next school year. So we are having our L Institutes. They will remain. We have 4. They're already scheduled, booked in the rooms. But we have created this document called the tier support model that we are working with. So depending on the number of L's that you have, we will have tiered impact calls. So depending on whatever tier you have based on your system, so 1 to 100, you're considered tier 1, tier 2, 100 to 999, and tier 3, 1,000 plus. So if you have that number of L's, we have Zoom calls that are already scheduled where we can get together and discuss what's going on in your system, and we can provide some support specifically for you. So I know that we have a range of districts in here. Some may have 2 L's, some may have 4,000, 5,000, and the support you need looks different. So these calls will be geared towards what your system size needs. So please bookmark these dates so that you can put that time aside, and they're at 1 p.m. Now, yes. The February, possibly. Unfortunately, no. So our L Institutes for next year, and I will expand more about the tiered calls at our very first L Institute, but I will tell you, when I send this document out, it is 11 pages, which is why it's not printed for you, but it details exactly how we are going to provide support and what that looks like for your systems for tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So I will help identify your tiers. Once you submit your LAU plan, when you put the number of L's in, that will kind of help you figure out which tier you're in. I will contact you directly and email you the link directly. So there's nothing that you have to do. Now, if you're tier 2 and you want to join a tier 3 call, it's open to anybody. But this document is linked in the slide deck. Like I said, it is 11 pages. You're more than welcome to read through it. It details exactly what the support for tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 looks like. So how we are going to move the program that you have, working together to refine your structures to improve outcomes for L's. So if you have one person, I'm thinking about one of our colleagues, she's one person for the whole district, how she can leverage the support that she can give. If you have a full L staff, how you can leverage supports or refine the areas that you are already implementing to move forward. So those are the dates for the impact calls. They are Zoom calls. It will be me on the calls. I'm excited to see you guys there. L Institutes for next year. These are the dates. So August 25th, January 26th, which is why the date was in February, because we have a January L meeting. March 16th and May 13th. These links are live. So if you click on them, you can register in advance. I know I send the reminder emails. You do not have to register twice. Once you've registered, I already have you in there. All right. So I spoke a little bit about L Teacher Symposium. I know we are nearing tapping on lunchtime. So if you go back to your email and you find that you did not complete this, please do so that your district can be represented at L Teacher Symposium. It will almost mirror a mini teacher leader. So we will have a number of sessions that will take place in this building. If you've already designated someone to come, or if you have multiple people from your district coming, we welcome you. And we are so excited for this event. We will have sessions that cover literacy, supporting L's and content areas, all types of things. We've invited prep providers to come. There's some other sessions that will be available, and I'm excited for that. So we hope to see you there. L Fellows. So if you've heard of SPED Fellows, we are now hosting our very first cohort of L Fellows. Now, this first cohort of L Fellows was by invitation only due to the support needed for the recipients of the CSLD grant. So we have 20 participants of the first group of L fellows. Now going forward, this is a group of novice L coaches and L instructional specialists as we support them in their coaching cycles. Going forward, after the first cohort, this will be available via application. So we're excited about that, bringing everyone through the coaching cycle. Upcoming professional development. So of course, Teacher Leader Summit. If you are going to be there, I hope you're going to be there. I'm so excited, and I'm so excited about this document. Please share this with everyone. I cannot wait to see you guys there. It's going to be great going through the professional learning cycle. We have the L Teacher Symposium September 22nd. It's a Monday. It will be in this building in multiple rooms, but we'll have our general session in here. It is capped at 200 people that can attend based on just the facilities. But if we have an overwhelming amount of people that register, we will try to bring it back again twice for the spring. If you participated in the Bilingual Leadership Academy this year, we are so excited that you did that. The very last course for the Bilingual Leadership Academy is going on right now, and it ends at the beginning of June. So we are excited for the completion of that. And I'm so excited to say that we will have all of these Canopy courses released in July. So supporting L's in ELA instruction, math instruction, social studies instruction, science instruction, supporting L's through the writing process, and identifying L's for special education, a guide for educators. So all of these Canopy courses will be available for every single educator in the state of Louisiana. I will send you guys a direct email with the codes and how they can access it. Please, when this becomes available, please share it to everyone. This will support standards-based. There you go. I'm so excited. So all of the dates that we talked about today, the teacher symposium, the impact calls, all of the things, they are on this document, the 25-26 English Learners events. So if you need to reference anything, it's there. It's a live link. So I'll be updating that if we have anything that needs to be added to it, and I will continuously send you the link, the updated link. You have access to this once I send the slide deck out today, and you are welcome to share this document with anyone that wants anything to do with learning about L's. So some next steps: review your EOPT data when it was released, no matter what day it's released. Use the Institute takeaways today to inform your 25-26 professional development plans. So if you have not determined what PD needs are needed for sites, for principals, teachers, all of those things, this is a great time to start mapping those out. Confirm your tier designation. So how many L's do you have, and determine what call would best suit you. And to update your internal L program goals for early summer planning. What are your goals for your programs? I hope they're high, because our standards are high for our L's. So some reflection areas. We do want to celebrate you guys for the expanded access to standards-based English instruction. You guys have worked so hard. You've shown up 4 different times from 9 to 3. I'm so excited that you guys joined me here. So we do want to celebrate the growth that you've done. I know a lot of you have gone back to your school systems and implemented the changes that we talked about, because you've invited me. We've had calls. We've talked about it. And I just want to congratulate you on the very hard work that you guys and your teams have put in to support English learners. So thank you. I appreciate you guys. And we want to celebrate the strength in cross-departmental collaboration to support L's in all academic areas. Not only have you been doing the work, but you've been collaborating with other departments in your school system. This is how we get it done. The social studies team, the math team, the science team, the ELA team is also talking with your L teams. And that's exciting. And we want to celebrate that, because we know that you've been doing that. Because what we see on the EOPT growth, we also want to see on LEAP data growth. Looking forward, what structures, training, and resources will your system maintain or expand to ensure continued success? So where is your program going? And then your vision for next school year. Define what successful outcomes for English learners looks like. Consider areas of growth, exit timelines, and improving instruction overall. So because of time, I'm not going to have us to pause to do this. I'll bring this back at the very, very end. But just so you know what the question looks like, how did this year's L Institute support your ability to strengthen L programming in your system? And what is one topic you would like to explore during next year's L Institute? So I won't have you guys complete the Slido right now. I'll have us come back to it because of lunch, but we'll do that at the very end. We know the resources that are linked there. I will share it with you. There's my email as well as Melanie's. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful lunch. Oh, 1 second, 1 second.
I want to give a major, major round of applause to Dr. Chenevert. The work she is doing, and you want to know the L department? Right. So she's doing amazing work. So just want to.
If you are joining us virtually, we are going to pause for lunch, but we will see you back according to the agenda. Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to go ahead and get started with session 3 for today's L Institute. I know some of our colleagues are returning back from lunch, so as they trickle back in, we will go ahead and proceed. I have the pleasure of introducing two ladies who have invited me into their school system this past year on numerous occasions. And we thought that it would be wonderful for you guys to see what Ascension Parish Schools is doing to support ELS, and hopefully that you can find some structures that they are presenting to incorporate in your programs and what you're doing in your systems. So I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Latasha Johnson and Mrs. Candace Yarborough from Ascension Parish Schools, and I will let them go ahead and take the floor.
But I also work with coaching and supporting principals. So not only am I in the building managing the money, I'm actually in the field seeing how the money is making a difference or transferring and having an impact on students, which is a plus because it keeps me on the instructional side and keeps me rooted in what's happening in the classrooms and in the schools. And it helps me to support at the district level around what's happening with our English learners. So prior to becoming the supervisor of federal programs and recently the director of elementary education, I was a principal at GW Carver Primary. While at GW Carver Primary, we implemented the Teacher Advancement Program, which is the TAP model. And so with the TAP model, we were able to implement structures that truly had an impact on outcomes for our students. We're a Title I school, okay? And so we had some students in our building that were at risk, not only in, that met the criteria for Title I, but also instructionally and in their academics. And so we utilized those structures to really accelerate learning for our students, but it also allowed us to have some pipeline leadership roles. So because we had such a profound impact on our students, we won the National TAP Founders Award in 2017, hoo-hoo Bulldogs. But as I exited the building, I held true to those structures because I know what they did for me as a leader and what they did for our school community. So I was solo by myself trying to do all the dots, but I was really leading a group of English learner staff that I had never really worked with before, but I've helped English learners in our building. So now I leave out of a building and now I am over the English learner program, which was scary for me initially because I'm like, I don't speak Spanish. And so I really learned that we had to shift the mindset of our district leaders as well as our school leaders, because from a school building, it was, because you didn't know, we were moving all of our kids, but if we had an English learner to come, where is the EL teacher? And so as I evolved in my understanding in the role, I was like, we need to bring in those structures and I need to see how we can best utilize those structures to move our EL students forward. And not only our EL students, but our teachers. Thus, I went to our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Edith Walker, who's now our superintendent, and I said, I need an EL master teacher. Because in the TAP building, you have an EL master teacher who provides ongoing PD for teachers while monitoring student outcomes for impact. So she was like, okay, I'm like, look, it's not really my money, but it is my money because I'm managing it. I'll use Title II funds to pick it up. You don't have to worry about it impacting your district budget. Because when it comes to finances, she's very fiscally responsible. But we still have some TAP schools in our district that's implementing the model. So I asked her to give me my own or our own for our EL department, an EL master teacher. So that's when I hired Candace, who was a mentor teacher for us at Corver. And then she became an EL master teacher serving in our West Side schools in Donaldsonville and in our inner city Gonzales schools. And plus she's had some experiences with our English learners. But I didn't hire her for that. I hired her to be a model for not only to support our EL department, but I wanted somebody who was strong and had proven results in language acquisition and the curriculum. And guess what? That was not bilingual. Because if she was bilingual, our content teacher's mindset will still be where she speaks the language. So to dispel that and try and change the mindset, I wanted someone who was highly effective, someone who understood curriculum, and someone who had gotten proven results with English learners without being bilingual. And that's when she came. And so it has been phenomenal, the work that she has done. I am all over the place. I cannot take credit. I just have these random ideas and she executes them and makes them happen. So I'll let Candace introduce herself and tell you a little bit about herself.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So I am Candace Yarborough. So within my role, I meet with EL teachers monthly. So we have EL clusters. Basically, I provide new learning around strategies and support for English learners. We're monitoring their student work or data, benchmarks throughout the year, just to make sure that the instructional practices we are engaging in are causing results, desirable results. As well as teachers, they have to keep like a reflection log. So after they're teaching, they're reflecting on their practices and student work. So if we have students that are not meeting goal, it gives them an opportunity to really step back, think about their actions, and then change some things. Besides meeting with EL teachers, I am also available to meet with content teachers. So I have a content teacher. She's maybe struggling with her English learners. I am the person that they can reach out to, and we would then collaborate to talk about what impact we can have within the classroom and results. Did I miss anything? We're
I
good.
just wanted to add, so I went back and I said, Dr. Walker, I need another EL master teacher because we have 33 schools. I'm a beggar. I'm like, we have 33 schools. We have one EL master teacher. She said, no. I said, no. She said, no. I said, why? She said, because I really want us to start doing more of the trainer model. Because you bring more people on, then they're going to be like, it's Candace's responsibility. But now we want to select and look for teacher leaders within the school that she can train and go back and do the work. So that you're going to see how this works in a few minutes.
We're having some difficulties with the slides again.
So by the end of today's session, we want you to be able to identify and describe at least 2 collaborative structures at the district, school, or EL staff levels and explain how you can use those structures to impact outcomes for your English learners. So today we're going to talk about how we leverage our collaborative structures within our district to support our English learners. So Candace is going to give you a little background about who's in our district and how many kids we have and the scheduling and how we go about doing that.
All right, so as you can see here, we have 19 schools at the primary / elementary level with 5 EL teachers supporting those 19 schools. Now, I didn't include myself in that number because I support primary, middle, and high school. At the primary level, I am working with one group of students. We chose the school that maybe the students weren't meeting their goals. So why not have the EL master teacher work with those students directly so we can determine what instructional practices are moving students. I also work with one of our middle schools where their subgroup score, I believe, is a D now. So once again, why not have me at the school where there's the greatest need? So we have 5 teachers at the middle school level, 5 teachers at the high school level. You're going to notice here, as far as our paras, majority of them are at the primary / elementary level because that's where most of our English learners are. We have 527 Ls in the primary schools, 181 in middle, and 249 in high. So when we think about scheduling, most of our teachers support at least 2 schools. It depends on the population of Ls at that school. So for example, I have one primary school that has 80 English learners. So of course that EL teacher only supports one school with support from a para who is there half of the week. When we determine the schools and the type of support they receive, we tier our schools. So for example, we think about the progress the students have made throughout the years. We think about if there's a new administrator or an administrator that is open to having that change of mindset. We also think about the teacher turnover. We think about the
Academic labels, like if that school has an academic label for the EL subgroup. If that school has an academic label for the EL subgroup, they may go in a different tier. Instead of doing, and please forgive me if I can't remember, do you remember? Instead of doing red, blue, green schools, red, yellow, green schools.
we have elevating schools, empowering schools,
And
and
enhancing schools. So we looked at who are the schools that have made significant progress over the last few years. We also look at peer models because the demographics of Ascension, if you know Ascension, we're separated by the Mississippi River. So on our west side is where we have our most at-risk schools. But then on our east side, we have our schools that are not at risk and A schools. Okay, so we look at those schools, but we also look at, are there peer models in those schools? And we have less turnover, teacher turnover in our A schools. So when deciding where we're going to place our staff, we tier our schools. And then we say, well, this person will be a good fit here. This is a strong, because our EL teachers also have a varying level of understanding and proficiency. So we also consider that as well.
All right, so here we have Ms. Pat. Yeah.
Yeah, they itinerate that. Yeah, that's what she said. Some of our teachers, depending on the label, if they have an academic label, we may have a teacher there all day. She does not leave that school. But some of our schools, depending on the tier, they may split. Some of our teachers may split, some of our paras may split. But for the most part, they only have 2 schools.
And whenever they're creating their schedules, they receive guidance from us, and we even have some principals who provide them with input as far as creating their schedules. All right, so here we have our 2024 ELP results. So of course, as a department, we use our data to make our decisions as far as what are we going to do next year? Are there some things that we can continue, or are there some things that we should change? So here are our results. If you notice, 49% of our English learners did not grow on ELT. No growth, 49%. So let that percentage sink in.
But what level do you think that we had the most students that experienced no growth? Huh? What primary, middle, or high? Middle. Our middle schools are very stagnant, and that's where we have the most of our kids not making growth is in our middle schools. We have our reasons why, we know, but hey, we focus on what we can control.
All right, and then 10% of our students exceeded their trajectory, 23% remained on their trajectory, and 18% of our students increased one level. So this was our 2024 data, all right? So we looked at this data and then we started thinking, what are some changes that we can make that we have control over in our district? Go on to the next one. So besides looking at our district data, we also look at our site data. So you can see here, this is a primary school. 29% of the students, no growth, 12% exceeded, 41 on trajectory, and 18% of students increased one level. So we do this for every single school in Ascension Parish. And why is that important that we have an idea of who is on their trajectory? Why is that important? Yeah. We want the students to remain on their trajectory so that they can be successful in their classes and they can be successful citizens. That's what the ultimate goal is for our students. You can go to the next one. So how do we keep track of our English learners? Each school in Ascension Parish have what we call an ELT tracker. These trackers are housed in our Google Drive. And as far as who creates the trackers, it's either going to be an EL teacher or an EL para. It just depends who is supporting that particular school. So starting on the left side, you're going to see each tracker. You're going to see the student's name, grade levels, the number of years that they've been in the EL program. You're going to also see their historical ELT data, starting from the very first time that they took the test, as well as their overall proficiency levels. So everyone has access to these trackers as far as at the district level, supervisors. We also have school administrators, of course, and some schools, like Dr. Johnson said, have master teachers. Some schools have teacher coaches. They all have access to these trackers. Why is it important that our instructional coaches have access to these trackers? Why? They need to know the need of the students. They are leading that school instructionally. How can I lead a school but have no knowledge of the level of the English learners that are in the building? So this is why we give access to all. Now, as far as our classroom teachers, schools make copies of our tracker and then they house it in their own drives. The frequency of use, so these are referenced daily or weekly. Whenever our teachers are going to PLCs, they're using these trackers to make sure that they are having or making instructional decisions based off data. Whenever we receive a new student throughout the year, and we have to reach out to the state, we're updating our trackers. Whenever we have new data points, district benchmarks, DIBELs, we're updating our trackers. Yes, ma'am?
I'll get with the Ascension team and we'll discuss what can be shared.
All right, you can go to the next one. So here we have some additional data. So you can see this student here. This is all of the data that you would see on a spreadsheet. So like I said, we have DIBELS data. You're going to also see our ELA benchmark data, LEAP goals. And then towards the very bottom, you're going to see something called checkpoint data. On the left side, we have reading checkpoint data, and on the right side, we have our writing checkpoint data. So also in Ascension, we create a checkpoint. It is similar to the ELT assessment. Go to the next one. This is what we use to monitor our student progress throughout the year. We just want to make sure that we are really providing instruction that's aligned to the EL connectors at the appropriate level. Because if I have a student that's at a level 3, I shouldn't be doing what's at a level 1. So our checkpoints are really based off levels 3, 4, and 5, just to ensure that we are moving students along. You can also see at the top where it says 4 through 5, those are the tasks from the assessment guide. Our checkpoint also is aligned to what's included in the task. So for example, for writing, discrete editing task, that's on our checkpoints. Sentence builders, that's on our checkpoints. This is for 4th and 5th grade. Whatever you see for writing, that's on our checkpoints, and whatever you see for reading, that's also on our checkpoints. We do not have listening and speaking skills on our checkpoints. We had in the past, but it was taking so long to administer the checkpoints. We decided to just focus on reading and writing because based on the data and the scores, that's what students needed, supporting reading and writing. Now, oh, one more, I'm sorry. Now, as far as our writing, so of course, you know, students may have to write a story on the ELT assessment. We use the online training tools as far as ideas of how to create the checkpoints. We also look at some other states that administer ELT, look at some things there. We use the writing rubrics. So if I am going to score this storyboard that I know is on ELT, I have to at least use the rubrics that are available in the assessment guide because I am preparing students for success. How crazy would it be to create your own rubric based on something totally different? What impact would that have on your ELT results? All right, so our checkpoints. The language domains that are assessed are reading and writing. The checkpoint authors, so EL teachers create the checkpoints. My team, they're currently working on the checkpoints. We update them every 2 years or so. The administrators, the EL staff, so the teachers, of course, administer them and the paras, and we use performance matters to administer tests or district benchmarks in our district. Now, as far as scoring the checkpoints, EL teachers score them. I score them, the EL coordinators. I got her to score some one time. I had a principal helping me score some one time. It's just whoever can help out in working with students, they are helping to score. It's administered 3 times a year, September, early November, January. So checkpoint 1 is going to be reading and writing checkpoints. Then checkpoint 2, reading and writing. Checkpoint 3, reading and writing. So there's checkpoint for 4th through 5th grade, 2nd and 3rd, middle school, and high school. So those are the different checkpoints that are given. Why not kinder and first? Yeah, everything they need is in the curriculum. So we support those teachers as far as language and literacy, and we still make connections to the tasks that are on ELT for those teachers, but it's in the curriculum. And the students that take the checkpoints are 2nd through 12th grade, and it's only for students with baseline data. So our newcomers do not take the checkpoint. All right. Here's an example of one of our checkpoints. So this is the storyboard writing where the students have to look at pictures and think about the story they tell. So on here, you're going to also see to the right that is the writing storyboard rubric. So in order for us to really have an impact on students and really grow students and support them in reaching their goals, we make sure that our teachers had an understanding of what exactly is on the rubrics. And we're going to go a little deeper with that in a few. But towards the bottom, you're going to notice one student. This is a student's writing. She wrote this. I just wanted to add something that we see. And based on this student's writing, her level was a level 3. And this student was already a progressing 3. What's the next one? So then that brings us to leveraging structures in Ascension. So think about what we have. We have checkpoints. We have student data. So yes, we have our trackers, but if I'm only looking at, oh, this student was a 3 in writing, is that really going to help me make or have gains as far as in student work? No, it's just a number, it's 3. I need to know the quality of the student work and how can I use that to have an impact. So it brings us to our structure.
So as Candace said, we anchor all of our discussions and structures in student work. So our first structure is our district structure. So as I said earlier, I work at the district level. So quarterly, we have a subgroup meeting. So in that meeting, it's EL department, it's our 504 supervisor, and it is our SPED department. So we pull in all of our principals, district leaders, the chief academic officer, supervisors, we all meet. We do primary at one time in the morning because we have such a large number of primary schools, and we do middle and high at a separate time. So in those meetings, we talk about, or we divide the time. There may be more time allotted for the EL department to present or provide new learning. If we've presented the next cycle, it may be SPED department. But we all have an allotted time during those quarterly meetings to discuss and provide new learning around how to support our subgroups in our district. So at the district level, think about what Candace said about the student work. So we anchor our new learning in the work. So we use the data from our checkpoint data. We use student work from our content benchmarks. And we think about what is the need and what is the new learning as for a principal. Because the principal is not going to support a student, but a principal is going to support a teacher. We think about as a supervisor who's supporting principals, how might this help or guide my support to that principal? Because if the majority of the students in that building is not meeting, is off trajectory, then there may be some new learning that I need to provide and make sure that the principal is utilizing ILT and core meeting and coaching that principal around how to support the students in their building. So for me, my role at the district collaboration is to make sure that there is understanding of who's in the building. We make sure that they understand the trajectories, that they look at these trackers, because we know where the day happens. The school year gets started and they may never pay attention or go in that Google Drive again. It is what it is. And so during those meetings, we are very intentional about making them pull up their trackers, looking at the student work, talking about next steps for them as a leader. Also at the district level, I make sure to connect the new learning to the LLR, the leadership rubric. So in that meeting, I'm familiar with the principal's refinement areas. So this year we were in a pilot. Well, everybody's, before the old accountability system, oh, we're not moving because of ELs. Okay, cool. Y'all not moving because of ELs? You're going to live and breathe and sleep ELs because I'm going to push it down your throat. So now it's like, what's your refinement area? Oh, we're not moving because of ELs. Okay, cool. Everybody pick meeting individual student needs from the LLR. Fine, that's what you pick. So now I'm going to tag for you specifically how to meet student needs. So at the district level, I'm stepping out and helping them with their action plans, because every principal has an action plan that's rooted in the LLR. So I am making sure that one of their actions is aligned to what they're seeing in the student work. So the chief academic officer is in there. So if she's in the school, she's hearing the same message as the principal. The supervisors are in there, the directors are in there. So they all understand the language and what are the next steps to intentionally support that principal around the students that are in their building. So at the district level, that's what our quarterly meetings look like. It's me providing new learning, making connections to the rubric, making connections to their action plans, talking about the trajectories, looking at the student work, making sure that if they have a long-range plan, it's rooted in their long-range plan. If we're doing learning walks on that campus, I may join them in a learning walk and we're discussing what we see. If I'm not available to do a learning walk, then I may reach out to that supervisor who's supporting that school and talk about what they're seeing. So we're constantly talking and communicating. Now, sometimes it's not all roses and flowers like I want it to be, but we are making progress, and I'm glad we are not where we were a few years ago. We've made much progress, and these meetings have been very beneficial, especially when you're rooting it in the principal actions. And I am very big on leadership actions and behaviors, change outcomes for teachers and students in the building. And we can deflect all day, but at the end of the day, let's think about how your actions are impacting some of these results. So I am that person who tags and make those connections in our district quarterly meetings.
I wanted to add something. Another topic we discussed is how do I know the types of like behaviors I should be looking for? What isn't a student at the emerging level? Like what may they be doing in class, or a student that's the P3? What are some behaviors that they may engage in class? So that's something else that we discuss with our district leaders, as well as strategies and scaffolds. We really use the Alpha 21 scaffolds and strategies. So we share that with the district. They take our EL checkpoint as if they are a kid. I make them identify the skills so that they are also knowledgeable of what will be assessed.
And because we have varying roles on campuses, we might have a para, we might have an EL teacher, we might have Candace that's there. We want to make sure they have clarity around the expectations for those roles, because we can't expect a paraprofessional to do what a teacher is going to do. So we are very clear around everybody's role, what a para will do, what a teacher's expectations are, what should you see when you're in a language support class where EL teacher is working one-on-one with a teacher. Something else for next year, what I'm probably going to do, because I had a meeting this morning and I talked about this at the district level, is being really more intentional with those professional PGPs that are attached to the teachers. You know, our EL teachers are evaluated with the LER. And so right now, when we're going into schools, and Candace will touch a little bit on this, we're giving feedback in that PGP. And so we have seen like the quality of the feedback and the quality of reflection and how that's impacted our EL teachers and fostered growth for them. So it's getting the principals to understand how to look at those PGPs to see what feedback those teachers have been provided, so that when they go into the classrooms for our EL teachers where they're pulling students, they are also understanding what type of support to provide, and that they're not just going in for an observation, but that they have gone in and really, really provided some feedback to that teacher. So I think next year, that's going to be my focus with our district level. Now that you understand who's in your building, now that you understand the trajectories, you understand the roles, let's talk about improving the quality of feedback that we're providing to our teachers around our English learners. Mm-hmm.
About probably less than 10, maybe 5.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I'll be honest, Pam, that is also an area that we are going to be working with our SBLC facilitator, because that's been a great area for us around identification of our L's, to distinguishing between a language barrier and a learning barrier. And so we've already started plugging in. I've already started talking to the SPED department about getting some trainings to come in and help us to really, really help them, especially when we said our middle school is stagnant. We have a lot of long-term Ls there. And so I think that we may have missed some opportunities to do that identification in our primary schools because of the language barrier. So now that we're evolving, that's another next step for us. So that's where we are at the district level. And so that's my role at the district level. But then we were like, you heard me mention that I asked for another master teacher, and Dr. Walker said we want to do a trainer of trainer models. So at the district level, I'm meeting with the principals, but then we asked the principals to identify a teacher leader on their campus, not an EL teacher, not an EL staff member, but teacher leaders. Because look, we're trying to build people to come into our department as well. So if we build them at the school level, when we have openings, they may go back and get their ESL certification and come work for us. So I'm not crazy. I know how to get them in there. So I'm like, identify some people that want to work with EL, and then we'll work with them. But they identify teacher leaders on their campus that will be the go first teachers for us. So those teachers come and they meet monthly with Candace and the EL staff, and they do some work together collaboratively.
This is yours, Dr. Johnson.
Oh, okay.
So we call them monthly EL collaboration meetings. So once again, like she said, we have our teacher coaches or master teachers, EL staff, teachers and paras, principals, whoever they have chosen as far as like maybe a mentor teacher, like a classroom teacher comes, supervisors, sometimes directors are in there. And this is the meeting that is facilitated by me. So as you can see here, we're still looking at student work, not just numbers. We're actually looking at student work from checkpoints. Sometimes they may even bring just something from the classroom as far as an exit ticket or a benchmark, whichever it is, they are bringing student work. And we talk about, okay, so who is responsible for addressing these needs? We talk about what can gen ed teachers do to address needs. And we also talk about what is the EL teacher going to do to address some needs, because she's going to focus on language interventions, but we need our content teachers to think about whenever they're planning lessons, what am I going to think about? What can I incorporate, and how am I going to know if I'm having an impact on my students? We also, no, it's not going. So I'll just take some more things. We think about like the EL connectors. This year we touched on the connectors, but next year, our biggest focus is going to be how do we use the EL connectors to plan for instruction?
And for these meetings, because we have teacher leaders in that meeting, we're very intentional about tagging the LER. So we talk about, what does this look like when you're presenting instructional content? What does this look like to have teacher knowledge of students? What does this look like when you're having for standards and objectives? So in this meeting, we go down and we tag the LER. Oh, okay. So then the teacher leaders leave and they go back on their campuses. So far we've built capacity at the district level with the district directors, administrative team, executive team. Then we have teacher leaders. We've built capacity in them. Now these teacher leaders are back on their campuses. These administrators are back on their campuses. So now it's on them. How are you going to leverage your PLCs and your instructional leadership team meetings to deliver and facilitate new learning and support English learners? So at the school level, the teacher leaders and administrators, they're now equipped, because we've heard, well, they just don't know what to do. Well, now everybody knows what to do. Everybody's heard the same language. So now they go back on their campuses, they meet in PLCs, They pull up those trackers, they look at student work in PLCs and the new learning that they receive from us around support and strategies. Now they're equipped to go back and redeliver it in these meetings or in their campuses. So that looks like a supervisor going with the principal. We might sit back, look at how that teacher leader is facilitating that new learning. That may look like, because what doesn't get monitored does not get done. So send me a calendar invite of when you're going to present it. I'm about accountability for myself and for them. Send us a calendar invite when you're going to redeliver it. We will be there to help you. So you're going back in your building. We're not just going to leave you, but let us know when you're going to present what you need, and somebody from our department will be there with you to help you. But that is the time where I may be sitting next to the principal, coaching the principal about what's happening in the PLC or in ILT, taking notes and talking about next steps for those principals. So in this cycle, they may bring back some work to the PLCs and they're analyzing the work in cluster or teacher collaboration meetings to talk about next steps. So district level structure, teacher leader structure, and school-based level structure. And then our last structure is she has teacher collaboration meetings once a month with just EL teachers.
All right. And so during this time, you want to see to the left, we didn't talk about spotlight students. So our spotlight students are students that we noticed they did not grow on the ELT assessment, or maybe it's a student that we know can be pushed beyond what's on their trajectory. So every school has spotlight students, and these are also the students that we really focus on. We make sure that we're pulling them, addressing their needs, supporting their classroom teachers, going to PLCs, looking at their work, visiting their classrooms, and so on. We also, of course, look at our EL checkpoints, identify the skills that were assessed. We talk about like strategies that have an impact on English learners, things that they can do in their language interventions, because we don't have a curriculum. So it's really about, okay, so I have these standards, EL connectors. What does high quality instruction look like for English learners? We've had a lot of focus on that throughout this school year, with me really focusing on presenting instructional content from the LER, standards and objectives. I've also focused on teacher content knowledge and teacher knowledge of students, just really making connections through my monthly meetings to the LER. Come on.
Oh,
All right, so of course, with everything, we have to monitor impact. So what you're looking at right now are some checkpoint results from one school. One school we're looking at. So on the left side, you're going to see ELPT scores from reading, and then the next three columns are from checkpoints. And then on the right side, you're going to see ELPT writing, and then the next three are checkpoints. But I have something circled here. I'm not sure if you can see it, but you may notice the colors. What do you notice in checkpoint 1 as far as the colors to checkpoint 2? What are y'all noticing? It went down. So as I was scoring work for kids that are at school supported by paras, I'm making sure I'm looking at the rubric, really using that rubric to score work. Well, then I started looking at scores as far as the district. And I'm like, wait a minute, why are all these students like scoring 4s and 5s? Like, I want to make sure that this is accurate. So I started looking at samples of students, like their writings. Then I realized, oh, I have a need. My teachers aren't really understanding the rubrics. So I asked some questions like, hey, I noticed you gave a student this 4. Please explain to me using a rubric, how do you justify this as a 4? Well, one said, oh, because I know she can do it. I know what she meant. Well, what does the work show? Another one said, well, I feel so sorry for the, no. What does the work show? So from there, we had a meeting focused on like the analysis of student work. The bag was by design. I think the analysis of student work is on the LDOE website as far as the math department, I believe. We just redid it to apply to the EL department. And we realized the teachers did not understand compound and complex sentences, what makes a complex sentence, what are subordinated conjunctions, what are coordinated conjunctions, sorry. What does it mean if it say the vocabulary is specific to the task? What does it mean? Like anything, like they have misunderstanding of what the rubrics, the wording of the rubrics. So our focus began there. And then you can see I made them go back and change scores. That's why you see threes. So then the next time they took the test, you can see that it went up again. And I checked it and it was more aligned to the rubric.
I learned a lot in that meeting because I hadn't had subordinate clauses since 6th and 7th grade when they had that little apple on the grammar book. So ChatGPT taught me what that was.
Have what?
All right,
Sue, 1
so
minute?
we have 2
minutes.
minutes. So now that we finished, we just want you to think about and identify and describe at least 2 structures that you can start with. We know everybody's in a different space, in a different place, but just based off of what you heard today, where do you need to start? And then, or where would you like to start? What could be your first topic of discussion? So if you want to start at the district level, what would be your first topic? If you want to start at the teacher leader level, what would be your first topic? The school level, the EL teacher level? Just think about what are your needs right now. I know we don't have our updated scores yet, but just based off of this year, where would you like to start? It may be talking to your district people about having this structure. So just think about where you want to start or where your needs are and how would you possibly monitor the impact of that structure?
So y'all can talk with the people around you, I guess. If you have your team here, we have about probably like 1.5 minutes. Y'all can go ahead and start talking and we're done.
Okay. Um, we want to take a moment to thank the Ascension Parish team for coming to share how they are leveraging structures for supporting English learners. I know that you all were actually chatting about what they're doing, and I hate to break that up because it was actually a very valuable conversation. So we do want to continue that. But in connecting to what they said, everything that they presented on connected exactly with our second session on building out those structures. So I love how they shared what was done at the district level, what was done with their teacher leaders, and then what is done on the school level. So that was a perfect connection to everything that we spoke about earlier today. I actually had the privilege of attending one of their district subgroup meetings, and that's how I was privy to this information. And I was able to see the assistant principals and principals actually on that tracker looking at it. They mentioned the term checkpoints. That is their progress monitoring. So, and that ties into what we're going to shift towards to next L Institute in 2025, 2026, which is making sure that we have structures in place for progress monitoring. I will get with that team so that they can share with me, if possible, a skeleton of that tracker. So if you can modify it to some degree for your district, that team is willing to share it. Yes, ma'am. A copy of their slide deck. Yes. With their permission, I will share a copy of the slide deck. So we sincerely appreciate the Ascension team. Thank you, ladies, for sharing that. It was a perfect connection to what we spoke about. Yes, let's give them a hand. If you have any events like this, whether you stream it or you plan something out, well, let me not say if, when you have something like this next school year, please share this with me. I love to hear what you guys are doing because it does assist in informing what supports are needed going forward. And I know we'll chat more about this on our L Impact calls next year. So we're super excited for that. We're going to take a 10-minute break and then we're going to return in this room and Melanie will share our closing session about purposeful planning, using your title resources, all of the things as far as programming. So we're going to break for 10 minutes and see you back in here. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, I know maybe everybody's back, but I know I love to hear, say it again. Oh, sorry. But we always love to hear all of this conversation, but I also know that y'all are ready to, it's been a great day, but a lot of information. So our last session is purposeful planning. And first of all, I introduced myself this morning, but I am Melanie Mayu, and I'm a supervisor in federal support and grantee relations, and I work with Title III, State Director for Migrant, and also all the other titles, Title I especially. So what we're going to talk about, and again, we always want to start with, these are the priorities of the department. And so we're going to look at an overview of the legal requirements, but we're not going to spend a lot of time on that because, we've had 3 former L institutes that we had Dr. David Holbrook come in to really go over in great detail the legal requirements. And those are all on YouTube. So you can go we have copies of his presentation, and you will be able to go back and to look at those in terms of what are the legal requirements. Building bridges between Title I-A and Title III, we're going to spend most of our time on that. And then other funds to support L's, Title IV, Title V, Title I, Part C, which is migrant. And, then we'll end with talking about some innovative things that we know are happening this summer. And I got a question, several questions about funding for summer since ESSER is gone. Oops. Okay. So again, we're going to go through these really quickly, but this is an overview of the rights under the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Equal Education Opportunities Act of 1974. So this is, you must have procedures in place to identify Ls. They are entitled to an appropriate language assistance services to become proficient in English and to participate equally in standard instructional program. That is, they must have equal access. And they must have sufficient resources to ensure the programs are effectively implemented, including highly qualified teachers, support staff, and appropriate instructional materials. So that is a federal requirement that there are sufficient resources. It's like a lags behind. And then these are more about must have access to grade level curricula so that they can meet promotion and graduation requirements, and are entitled to equal opportunity to participate in all programs, including pre-kindergarten, magnet, gifted and talented, career and tech, arts, athletic programs, advancement placement, IB courses, clubs, and honor society, and of course, also special education. School districts are generally may not segregate students on the basis of national origin or L status. We do know that some districts have newcomer programs, which are definitely a very effective strategy, and that those newcomer programs may be somewhere else, but they're not being desegregated in terms of saying, because there's still a bridge to the curriculum. It's for a short period of time. It is for, so that does not violate this statute or this part of it. And English with disabilities must be provided both the language assistant and the disability related services to which they are entitled under federal law. So, and again, we know that we heard Ascension say that is a challenge of saying, is this a language issue, or is it indeed a learning challenge? And especially if you're long-term Ls, if you see that a child is just simply not making progress, you need to start asking yourself why. But again, that is required under again, these two. And limited English proficient parents are entitled to meaningful communication in languages they can understand. such as through translated materials or a language interpreter to adequate notice information about any program, service, or activity that is called to the attention of limited English proficient parents, including field trip notices, notices from the classroom, anything that you are giving information to a English-speaking parent must be given to non-English, to the parents of limited English children. All right. This thing like works sometimes and then it doesn't. Okay. And then I know let's just talk about the question that's on your mind before we get into this is, are we going to have Title III funding? I know there's all kinds of rumors that it's going away. We're not going to have Title III. We're not going to have migrant. We're not, just know that only Congress can allocate funds or unallocate, deallocate. What's the word there? All of my English teachers. The federal funding is matter of fact, I've got myself a cheat sheet here because it's always so confusing to me. But the cycle, they are on a fiscal year through September the 30th. So for the fiscal year, so let's talk about fiscal year 25. The first day of the fiscal year 25 is October the 1st, 2024. The last day is September the 30th, 2025. We do not get any of those allocations until July of 2025. So in July, we are actually getting 2024-25 funds. Then there is another allocation October the 1st of 25. So if there are any changes to allocations, which again must be done by Congress in a congressional budget, and to change Title III would mean to have to change ESSA. They would have to redo the ESSA because by statute, that program exists. The same thing with migrant. By statute, that program exists. It is in ESSA. So for it to go away, now I'm not saying there are things that couldn't be reduced, and I'm not saying that no changes can be made, but no matter what, it would not happen until July of 26. We are now under a continuing resolution. I'm sure, y'all saw the headlines, or we're going to have a shutdown. We're not. That goes through October, and it equaled out the budgets. So we are anticipating that we will get the same amount of funding in July that we received last July. But now that is not to say because of the reduction, or at least in part because of the reduction of federal staff, we have not yet gotten any indication about the allocations. And we are hoping to get the GANs on July the 1st, like we always do. But I was at the Brustein and Manasevitz conference 2 weeks ago, and the feds were there, and they said that is still their intent. But Title III is not going to be defunded before the beginning of the next school year. Or at least there is no known mechanism for that to happen. Let me put it that way. So I want you all to take a deep breath, and I'll tell you what Brunel Cook tells us every day. We're going to keep doing what we're doing until they tell us to stop. Right? So everybody just, and please listen. And I know it's difficult, and I know it's a bizarre time. I've just gotten to where I don't react to rumor. And I don't react to, I just take a deep breath and say, okay, what are the facts? And I know, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to call or to email me. And if we really believe that was happening, I really believe this department would let you know. But does that mean that we don't need to plan for reductions? I'm not saying that at all, but it's that we are not in imminent danger. Okay. All right. So that was the question on all of y'all's minds. Okay, so Title I, everybody, in this room is very familiar, I'm sure, with Title I. And it is under Title I, Part A in ESSA. And it's expanded, and a lot of Title III has moved into Title I under ESSA. ESSA, yeah. And so a lot of the responsibilities now are in Title I, not Title III, but into Title I. And these are some of the things that moved. And remember too, that it allows for EL set aside. So you can set aside part of your Title I money specifically targeted and earmarked for services for English learners. And when we get the Lao plan, because when we, in terms of the funding, the timing of the allocations, because the preliminary allocations always come in August, and we certainly hope that's going to happen again this year. That is our plan. And then that's when you are actually going to see current, these years, the 2025 funds will be, because we will have gotten the GANs. We know exactly how much we're getting the feds, because what's in EGMS now is just a percentage of what you already have. It's for planning purposes. We give 90% of your current funds. So we won't see new funds until August. We will also load Title III at that time. And so when we look at that and we look at your applications and we look at your Lao plans and look at your data, we are going to be more intentional about asking if you do not set aside any Title I funds, especially if you have CIR, UIR schools identified for ELs, we're going to ask you why not. Why aren't you using Title I? And again, it may be embedded in other things. So I'm not saying that those are, but so expanded assessment and accountability requirements were moved into Title I. Several requirements related to parents of ELs, parent notification, outreach, and notice and format. And note that implementing an effective means of outreach must include holding and sending notices of opportunities for regular meetings, and the feds being the feds, they didn't identify that, but once a year would not be regular. For the purpose of formulating and responding to the recommendations from the parents of ELs, meetings must be specifically for the parent of ELs and cannot be held at the same time as other meetings for parents. Now, that doesn't mean that you can't have a Title I meeting or a general parent meeting and then say, okay, now we're going to have 2 hours for the EL parents. It doesn't mean it can't, it just means it can't be in the same meeting. You can't just put it on the agenda of a Title I meeting and say that we've met this requirement. So you need to have something, and the recommendation is usually maybe 3, and it could also be in conjunction with your migrant parents. Now, again, we know that parent meetings have become more challenging with that there is still a great deal of fear in our English learner community. And we appreciate that and understand that you have to work with that. So maybe doing virtual or going into the community and not asking them to come to the school, to be aware of how those meetings are being advertised, and to just do what you can do. But if you show good intent and good effort, then that will, that you've done and you've kind of thought outside of the box of how can I meet the families where they are, and to take into account their anxiety, then that is a really good thing. Title III. A supplemental grant, again, under ESSA, right? It's there in ESSA, so if it goes away, it has to be taken out of ESSA. That is designed to improve and enhance the education of English learners. It is a supplemental program. And we're going to get into some little graphics here in a minute. But so whatever your core program is, remember we talked about that earlier, all federal money goes away. You still have to be doing something for your English learners. Title III supplements, there's like 3 levels before Title III comes in. And Title III, in all honesty, and y'all know, is a much smaller. You know, some of you only get $10,000 in Title III. I mean, some of our large parishes get significant amounts, but it's just not, it's not going to carry the day, Title III. Is to help ensure ELs attain English language proficiency and meet academic standards. And to get the funding, you must have sufficient number of ELs to reach the $10,000 threshold, which is in statute. And local education that do not meet that threshold may form a consortia to pool your numbers. Right now, it's different every year, but right now it's around 90 Ls to meet that $10,000 threshold, but that can change. Say it's gone down as low as like 80 something. It depends upon how many Ls we have and how much money we get. All right. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. And then all of a sudden it'll work. Oop, oop. Okay. So this is some more about Title III. There are 3 things that you must use Title III funds for. The first is to provide effective language instruction programs, LIEPs, that meet the needs of ELs and demonstrate success in increasing language proficiency. And again, it needs to supplement the program. So let's, computer-based programs always supplement. You know, so if you're doing a mirror, if you're doing, you know, all those are always supplemental. ESL coaches, you know, so how are you supplementing? So say your district plan is, or your core program is, you know, differentiated instruction, SIOP. And you bring in, though the major support of that has got to come from the district level, but say there's some additional training, additional resources, you know, you want to bring in some coaches to help make sure that the teacher understands how to implement this, then all of that could be supported under Title I and Title III. Provide effective, I need to change the numbering here. Effective professional development can be supported again by Title III. And we're not talking about a 1-hour webinar at the beginning of the school year. It has to be sustained, effective, and it's designed to improve instruction and assessment, to enhance the ability to understand and implement the curricula, increasing student English language proficiency, or of sufficient intensity and duration to have a positive and lasting impact on teacher performance in the classroom. Now, Title III does not have to be the only provider. It can supplement. So teacher leader. That's a great, certainly is our premier professional development event of the year. So let's say, you know, you want to help, Title III is going to help supplement the cost of going to teacher leader. You could certainly do that. You know, coming today, you could have used Title III money. So again, but if you're only using in your applications, again, we're going to have a much deeper review. And you only have $100 for professional development, you need to tell us in your description what else is funding that. And you could say, listen, Title I is providing the bulk of the funding. Title III is just providing, you know, some supplemental supplies or something, you know, books that go with the professional development. And finally, providing and implementing other effective activity strategies that enhance or supplement language instruction educational programs for ELs, which must include parent and family and community engagement activities and may include strategies to serve and coordinate and align related programs. This is the one that, is least done in Title III. It's just, we're just providing supplies for parents. Well, again, that may be true, but in that description, you need to tell me, well, what else is funding what is the full the activity here that's being funded, and Title III is just providing some additional funding towards it. Okay, so let's talk about Title I-A and Title III. First of all, and I was really glad in the Ascension presentation that there was an inclusion of your Title I supervisor, your Title I coordinator. They now have the primary responsibility of English learners. So there must be a coordination, and in some cases, I know it's the same person, right? Whoever does Title I also does Title III. So there must be a collaboration between the two programs. So how do we do that? Well, first of all, you have a shared understanding and collaboration. By joint planning, districts should engage in collaborative planning for Title I and Title III funds, ensuring programs are coordinated and complement each other. It would not be considered good practice if the Title III budget's being developed over here in this room and the Title I budget's being developed over here in this room. You need to get together to say, okay, how are we going to use these funds? Because you're going to have a whole lot more Title I than you do Title III. And so what does Title I do first? And then how does Title III? And to use everything we've been talking about today, right? All of your data, how you want to move the needle. Look at what do your English learners need? Where are the gaps? That's what Title I does. It's a gap program. It's to say we want to improve the educational performance of our low-performing students, especially in school-wide programs. Or if you have CIR schools, UIR schools, based, on L subgroup performance. So you should be in a room together saying, how are we going to use our funds to help us achieve our goals? Training and professional development. Provide professional development for educators on best practices for teaching ELs, including supporting language development in content classrooms. Standard-based instruction. How are we going to use together Title I and Title III? Shared understanding, communication to establish clear and regular channels of communication between Title I and Title III and other relevant departments to ensure information is shared effectively and efficiently. Like when, all those amazing trackers that Title I, that Title I is in the room with Title III to say, what is our L performance? Right, when you do your LAU plans, you need to have your Title I person sitting there with you to say, okay, what are our goals? And again, there's probably already a lot of this collaboration, but there is some evidence that there may not be as much as is needed with the changes. Reminder that funds must be used so as to supplement the level of federal, state, and local funds that in the absence of such availability would have been expended for programs for English learners and immigrant children and youth, and in no case to supplant such. I just love federal language, don't y'all? So federal, state, and local public funds. So again, in the absence of all of that, you can supplement on those funds. That's Title III. Okay, you also have to address accountability and assessment, our favorite topic, right? Especially with the changes, shared goals. What are the goals between Title I and Title III? That they both focus on ensuring that ELs attain English proficiency and meet state academic standards. Performance assessments. Both titles utilize performance on language proficiency and state assessments for accountability. Right? Those are our measures. And data-driven decision-making. And we've seen an amazing presentation by Ascension of the amount of data that is used to drive their decisions. And to let the data guide you. For example, in migrant education, we have needs assessment. And where we rank a child's priority, we call it priority for service, and their risk based upon, if they had to move during the school year, what their grades are they overaged? Are they English learners? And, and what are their grades look like? So you may have targeted needs, and they may be different targeted in different schools, especially in your Title I schools. Well, you can use your funds to meet that need. So like Ascension was saying, we're concentrating on reading and writing. Is that what y'all said? So, we don't have to do everything all the time. It depends on what is it that our kids need and how am I going to coordinate with Title I to meet those needs. And again, I know a lot of you are the same person. All right. Like I said, I have to do this like 3 or 4 times to get it to work. There we go. Strengthening parent and family engagement, a huge one. Effective outreach. How are you outreaching to your English learner, to your parents and families of ELs to inform them about available resources? I know some districts have amazing websites and parents, resources for parents. Are they in languages that your parents going to be able to understand? Are they, are there translations available? So how do you reach out? And I know that some districts, you have ESL staff that call every family of every L to make sure that there is a bridge. And again, I understand if you have 8,000 Ls, that may be a challenge, but that, that there is a connection and there is a bridge being built to those families by a person that they can know, and most important, that they can learn to trust. Language access, provide communications in the language parents can understand. We've said that several times. Regular communication, you've got to have regular meetings with the parents and families to discuss their children's progress and address concerns. What are their concerns? Okay. I hate that black bar. One of these days, somebody's going to figure out how to get rid of that thing in Zoom. So this is just a chart of the funding. So on the bottom is the core instruction, and that's provided to all students and paid with state and local funds. Right, so that's your core program. Then you move out. Core program required by Castaneda, paid for through state and local funds, must occur in the absence of federal funds. So both those two, no federal funds are involved. Has to be there with or without federal funds. Then you go to Title I. Supplemental services provided to L students eligible for Title I. An EL set aside is allowed. Now, Title I dollars can only be used to support activities in Title I schools, either school-wide, targeted. So Title III can be used in any school. There is no restriction on Title III. So that may be where Title III really can help supplement Title I. If you have both non-Title I and Title I schools in your district, I know a lot of you have all Title I. Then Title III, for all Ls, regardless of Title I participation, supplemental language development service above and beyond the core instruction, core L program, and applicable Title I. So it's on top of that. please stop me if you have any questions. Y'all have all seen all this. Uh-oh, I just. Okay, Ally, I think I've just broken. Yeah. Didn't seem like that would. I know the last time, oh. How'd that happen? Oh, Ally must be back there. Okay. Okay, so these are just some examples. And I took this from another state, actually. So EL's receiving Title III services in non-Title I schools. So it's got like different scenarios. So these are kids that are not in a Title I school. So they have the core instruction provided to all students, right? That's being driven by state and local funds. Then you have the core English program. And then you utilize Title III for PD for content teachers, let's say. I mean, again, that's just an example. You could also use Title III, like I said, to provide a computer-based program. Imagine Learning, like I said, a Mira, whatever it is. But so there's still support for those kids, even though they're in a non-Title I school. The next one are else receiving Title III services in a school-wide Title I school. And listen, if I'm using things you don't know what that means, please stop me. Again, we have the core, we have Title I coordinates with content area teachers to provide further language development services based on an improvement plan. This is a Title I school-wide. And then Title III might provide coach or computer program to support the else. So as you can see, it's all layering on top of each other. And then this is else in non-Title I and does not receive Title III. You don't have anything. So guess what you've got? Your core, right? Of your core instruction provided to all students paid for with state and local funds, and core English learner program provided daily English development that is paid for with state and general funds. And then L's in a Title I school, but district does not receive Title III. So again, you've got the core, and then you again have a content teacher PD based upon an improvement plan. So as you can see, no matter what the scenario is, no matter what you know, how it all comes together, no matter what, you've got the core. And then, yes. Okay. Yes. From a that to a that. Like a computer program, could you move them to the Title I, you mean? Or you could use. Okay. I mean, then I don't know, it's kind of a complicated question about, you know, when you start moving kids, or you could say, and if you don't get Title III, if you did get Title III, you could use Title III to provide it in those non-Title I schools. So it was access to it, right? I mean, right. I mean, it could be an internal switching of money. Anyway, let's talk offline. See what I'm saying? I mean, not switching of money. You know, I know, and I've just gone on YouTube saying that. I did not mean that we switch money. But you know, it could be like, you know, Title III pays back to, you know, but anyway, I know it can get complicated in a district, but to say, because you want all of your Ls to have access to the same services. You know, so how do you do that when you have non-Title I schools and Title I is funding the program? So it's a great question. And what I would really, you know, so call me and let's talk through that. In federal programs, we have a saying, and one of my colleagues, Adeltris Brown, is the one who coined this phrase, to say we do a fast no and a slow yes. Right, of really looking at, okay, let's look at what funds are available, because you're right, we want those kids. And like maybe, you know, and this wouldn't be optimal that they're in a lab and, you know, but it gets complicated when you start having non-Title I kids taking advantage of something that was paid for Title I. But there's probably some scenario we could work out. Okay. So then we have other titles. Title IV, which I think is seriously underused for English learners. And it can, you know, provide the various activities aimed at improving access to well-rounded education, enhancing school safety and climate, and leveraging technology to support language acquisition, all while focusing on the unique needs of ELS students within a school district's overall plan. This can include initiatives like programs that provide ELS with access to enrichment activities, specialized language support programs, and technology tools for learning. So again, if you could, so that in that scenario, you could use Title IV and to say we are increasing the well-rounded, you know, of our English learners in all of our schools by providing this additional support. Because remember, you know, you want it to be more well-rounded, or say that, you know, that you have, that you want to supplement how kids get access to like a club activity. For example, we had one district that is developing really drama. They're really using Title IV to increase the access to drama. And they're doing something specifically to make sure English learners are included. And, you know, to get some supplemental support for their drama department and to look at Spanish. Most of their students are Spanish speaking, Spanish plays and stuff, and they did it all through Title IV. Very clever. Title V is rural, not, you know, some of you in this room get Title V, which is REAP, but you have to be a rural parish in order to get it. But the thing about Title V is that these funds can be used for any activities allowed under Title I or Title III or Title IV for that matter. So there's a lot of flexibility. So if you do get REAP, definitely look at how are you using those funds, and can they also be used to support your English learners? Oh, I thought somebody called me. Oh, wait, I think there's a little light. Huh. Title II. Another one we keep hearing is going away. It's not the first time we've heard that. I don't know why they don't like Title II. Anyway, Title II, Part A, again, it's ESSA, focuses on supporting effective instruction and improving the quality of teachers and school leaders. Funds can be used for supplemental professional development, specifically designed to increase teacher and school leader capacity to provide effective instruction to ELS. I want to do a non-shameless plug for Monday. We're having the Flying Classroom come back, which is Captain Bennington Irv. Anyway, it's amazing if you came the first time. It's STEM, but it's all activity based, and it's all based upon these incredibly cool excursions. Like I think on Monday, we're going to be looking for bats, and I don't know, it's just an amazing thing. So if you're able to come on Monday, it's from 9 to 2. And we know it's not a great time of the year, but anyway, it's a long story of why we had to do it in May. But, and we do hope to repeat it in the fall. And I know that Iberia is looking at doing the Flying Classroom this summer for their students. So, but again, the whole point of that story is you could use Title, right, to come. And again, so it's professional development. If you have a, you know, especially targeted for your content teachers, like, you know, in scaffolding and you know, differentiation techniques, you can use Title II. So again, you need to look at all of your budgets, when you're doing your LAO plan, you need to look at all of your funding and to say, this is our goal. This is actually the first thing you do is say, this is our needs assessment, right? This is what the data says that our kids need. We're not getting enough progression on our ELPT, and we see that it's in reading. And so then you start sitting down to say, okay, our goal is we want to move that bar. And what are all of the titles, all of the federal money that can help support that? And it's quite a lot. And that you're all in the room together. I went to a session, I think it was at NASPA. I don't know. And anyway, and a woman was talking about needs assessments. And she gave one of the most powerful examples I've ever heard about how something would have changed had there been a needs assessment. Do you know what the example was? The Titanic. That no needs assessment was done to say, you know what, we only got 6 lifeboats. You know what, the person that's got the key to the room for the things is not on board. You know what, there's already a fire burning in the hole. None of that was done. You know what, this navigation ain't going to work so well when we go through these very cold waters. So no needs assessment was done before the Titanic sailed. And it was really cool how she did it. Anyway, so don't be the Titanic. And then migrant. Migrant education is a very odd program on so many levels. Is that it, first of all, is a state-run program, unlike all the other federal programs that is flow through. We get the money, we flow it through you. The state has full authority over migrant education, and we do choose to subgrant, but we are under no requirements to do so. And it is allocated, to SEAs to establish or improve education programs for migrant children. And like almost all ESSA programs, the goal is to help kids reach challenging academic standards and graduate with a high school diploma or an equivalent that prepares them for reasonable citizenship, further learning, and productive employment. This is a little map. I know it's hard to see, but the maps that are the purple are our funded districts, which have enough that they get a direct allocation for migrant. And then the ones in red are what we call low incident parishes, which have migrant students in them, but they haven't reached the threshold to get a direct funding. But what I want y'all to look at or to see is the search form. Every district should be providing search forms to all of their parents as they enroll to see if they are potentially migratory family and students. Now, and again, you will get all this and all the QR codes. You can actually make a link available to your parents or to your families. Some districts put it on their registration form. That's the easiest way to do it. They either put a link or a QR code. And with that system, so the family gets the QR code, they fill it out. It comes directly to the migrant program. There's nothing else the district has to do except to make it available to the parent. And then we get it and we call the family and say, and if they are indeed migrant, we will let the district know. So in the fall, or in 25, 26, we're going to really make a push that every one of our parents, every one of our parishes is using search forms, because again, it's a great way to see if you do have migratory students. And then if you, like we have a couple of districts that are reaching the number that I'm going to call them to say, okay, you really need to start considering getting migrant money, because you're approaching one that it can be significant. So the electronic search forms. And then these are some of the services. Immediately a child that is approved or is eligible for the migrant program is immediately eligible for free lunch and breakfast. No other paperwork is needed. other than an approved COE. So the family does not have to complete any documentation. Virtual, we're having virtual ESL, we have virtual ESL classes. Now our ESL classes primarily are for like conversational, they're not academic, but that doesn't mean that they don't support. And in Migrant, we have a group that's called Out of School Youth that are students that are really here to work, that have no relationship to the school system, H2A workers that come in, and we provide them with ESL. But this summer, Iberia Parish again is yeah, we're doing tutoring with the Purple Ruler, which is one of our high dosage, is that what we call it? High dosage tutoring that, and we have 3 groups of 4 migrant students who are English learners who are not doing what we would like to see them do academically. And this tutoring program, this tutoring company is going to develop tutoring specifically to meet where those kids' needs are, where the gaps are. And again, Purple Ruler, and some of you may use them already in your districts, because again, they're also one of our high dosage vendors. And I know several districts are using them throughout the year. So what we hope to do with that program, when we see the results, we hope to then make it available to our low incident parishes. So even if you don't get migrant money, we will say, listen, if you have some migrant students who are English learners, or they don't have to be English learners, right? It could be tutoring for any of your struggling migrant kids, that we will make the program available to you. So stay tuned for that. Summer program, and we talked a couple then, and so many of these funds, ESSER is gone, which is not going to break anybody's heart, but still it has funded summer schools for several years, and extensive, massive summer schools for several years. So again, to look at your title funds to say, what can we do? And the summer is a great opportunity for supplemental, like for English learners. I was talking to Ascension about what they want to do. We're doing this in Iberia. Now, the thing about summer, if you have a 21st century program to coordinate with them, they do summer programs. But the thing about summer programs is that you want to make it look a little different than the school year. Maybe more engaged. The flying classroom, I'm telling you, it is so cool. It is so fun. They, develop Nike sneakers. That's what they're doing in Terrebonne Parish this summer. They're developing sneakers. And anyway, so there's just all kinds of really cool things that can be funded. Again, summer program is almost always going to be supplemental by its very nature. So again, Title I, Title IV, an enrichment activity, like, taking kids on some kind of a field trip or something, the STEM programs. And then advocacy with academic and other needs. Migrant is a needs-based program, and it looks at that kid in that classroom. So there is somebody that's paying very close attention to what's happening with that student. And if things start going off the rails, you've got someone that's going to say, wait a minute, we've got some kids that are going off the rails here. What can we do? These are resources. This is the OCR DOJ joint colleague letter that goes through all of the civil rights. The OELA toolkit, the OCR online guidance of how to develop programs for English language learners, and the OCR online guidance of equal education opportunity to limited English proficient students. Let's see here. And then the Louisiana Department of Education resource page. And that's where, and we will put, like, when we have the new handbook, when we have the whatever, we will do it on this pages. So anyway, so that's, about it. I know it's been a long day. Y'all have been great, but do you have any questions before we go? And while we're all still here, any questions, concerns, challenges? Yes, ma'am. Say it one more time. The end of September. But remember, it's not, you can start on it now. It's going to be open in EGMS. We are targeting the beginning of August, and it looks like everything is on track for that to happen. The paper though. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So, but it's what you saw today is going to be an EGMS. So you can start like completing it. And then once it's open in EGMS, then all you have to do is put it in. I mean, all you have to do, I realize I'm understating that. But it will be available on EGMS in August, and it will be due September the 30th, to answer your question directly. Uh-huh. Yes. Yes. Okay, I'm going to be very careful how I answer this. No, 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 it's fine. No, no, it's a great question. And we have heard it, it's all over the country. And we've certainly heard it from our migrant districts that our migrant parents are afraid and they're less willing to talk to us, less willing to give us information. And I understand that. And the best advice that, we can give is to, first of all, develop relationships with them. And we do have a migrant group that are great, but remember, they start with talking to the family. So the families know them. And they call them and we provide resources to them. So there is a level of trust that is built. So that's the main thing, to make sure someone in your school district or several people in your school districts are establishing a relationship with your English learner parents. And then to let them know what are your policies, right? What like EBR has done a really good job of saying to parents, okay, this is our policy if this happens at a school. This is what will happen from our level. And the most thing, and again, to just give them the facts, give them the policy, give them, and to help make them realize school is really a safe space for your children. And that you're giving, and that they are being provided factual information about, and to help them, because, you talk about a community that's just immersed in rumor. And, but that's the thing, but it's just going to build time, and also to be aware of of how your actions may cause fear. Let me put that a different way. Announcing that you're going to have English learner parents in the gym at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning may not be the best approach at this point. But again, what would be the best approach? So, but the thing is, our students, we still want our students in school. It is critical that our students come to school, and it is critical that we do everything we can to make the parents as comfortable as possible, knowing that there may be a level of comfort that we're just not able to achieve. But it's definitely a hard time, no doubt, or confusing time. But, the consequences of not coming to school are much greater than the consequences. And we have heard that the kids are coming to school now more regularly. But you may not have very successful. One district is actually going into the community, that they're meeting with the parents there, like they're going to a community center. They're actually going to a Catholic church. So, but again, I'm not saying that, that's total. Any other question? But it's a great question. Oh, interpreter training. We are having trouble getting the documents. Getting the documents that we need from the vendor is proving challenging. So, and we're running out of time. So do not be surprised if you get a notice that we are rescheduling until the fall. And everybody's like, oh, good, right? I haven't told anybody that they went, oh, no, we really want to come in May. So, but just be aware that we know you're waiting for word from us and the holdup is not us. But if we need to reschedule, that's what we'll do because we've had a great response and we'll do it either September and October but we are going to have the interpreters training. We just are not 100% sure it's going to happen by the end of May. Oh, EGMF. I'm like, well, what? And I'm sorry, what is an EGMF? That's a good question. And one you may not want to ask, really. Really, you may just say, I don't know what you're talking about. No, 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 I can't hear you. No, it is the system. We have an electronic system where we have a consolidated that lets districts submit their budgets. Yes, and it's called the EGMS, which probably EGMS probably stands for something electronic. See, y'all know. And anyway, and so when we have like the super app, which has everything under the sun in it, then we have, but it is an electronic system for districts to report their budgets. You do not, and I would not on any level start to be. It's a challenge. It's a great system, though. It's an amazing system. Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you, Melanie. So that will conclude our last session for today. Before you head out, we just want to thank you again for coming to all 4 sessions of the L Institute. Yes, give yourselves a round of applause. We appreciate your attention and all of our colleagues that have joined us via live stream. If you did forget, but don't, about Teacher Leader Summit, we do have the suggested session for you. Please share this with your colleagues, anyone in your district that is going to Teacher Leader Summit. We welcome you to share this. I will share all 4 slide decks with you within the next hour. All of the items that were shared today are linked in all of the slide decks with the exception of the tracker from the Ascension team. So as soon as they prepare a skeleton copy of that, I am welcome to share that with you all. All of the L Institute sessions for 25-26 are open and they are linked in the document that I will share with you. You can schedule those. We look forward to seeing you on August 25th in the Thomas Jefferson Room for the first L Institute of next year. And we also look forward to seeing you on the L Impact calls that are scheduled, and you are welcome to join either tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. If you need support, we are here for you. Safe travels.